all that kind of stuff. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com along with my co-host, the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non-Sequitur News.
Today we're going to be talking about giant water walking spiders, 7,000, is this how the day's going to go? 7,000 missing pancreases for a lot of people, apparently. A generative AI flaw hunter, 787 jets to be inspected, not 787 jets. SpaceX launching.
I mean, that matched with the pancreas thing.
Maybe all in one and the same. SpaceX launching 4 people to radiation belts. Gold bars now worth $1 million. Biolab in South America. Bad bat. The Mpox cargo ship quarantine. A 1,000-mile commute by Starbucks. Thank you for those lattes. And a VR experience spawns a lawsuit. That and more. All right, folks. Let's just get straight into it. No more preamble. Let's just go. The first article is over on the Mobile Channel. Giant water walking spiders are surging in numbers across the UK. The little article says, well, it's not a little article. I think it's over at Vice, but it's coming from the Independent. It's becoming a far too normal occurrence these days. Larger versions of something terrifying growing in numbers. Yeah, I'll look around. Anyway, the latest is the fen raft spider, one of the largest arachnids in Britain, also known as the Great Raft Spider. In 2010, fen raft spiders were on the cusp of extinction. Now, thanks in part to conservation efforts of the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, the RSBP. I have to say it like that, the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds.
You know what raft spiders aren't?
Bad bats? I don't know.
Birds.
They're also not rafts. Hey.
They're true, but it's not the Royal Society of Protection of Rafts.
So a record number of up to 3,750 female fen raft spiders are surfacing in marsh ditches across 12 different sites in Norfolk and Suffolk Broads. That's rude. Why would they call it? Never mind. In the UK, according to The Independent. So, Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com put the article together. Hold on, I need to stop something. Hold on.
You need to stop the giant water walking spiders?
I need to stop the giant water walking spiders. Did I put this into the show notes? Oh, don't tell me I didn't do that. No, doggone it. I knew I forgot to do something. I did not put it into the show notes. So that's okay. It'll be in the show notes after the show. So take note. It just won't be in the VOD. So anyway, we have a list of all of the articles. They're always in the show notes for the video over on YouTube and the podcast. So be sure to download both of those and follow us and ring the bell and like and subscribe and make a comment, tell a friend. And if you have to grab somebody off the street, do whatever you have to. Anyway, Kyle Filippi over at Vice.com put this article together. Years ago, the fen raft spiders were on the brink of extinction. There's one on your screen. Hit it with your newspaper. No, don't. They're on the brink of extinction.
No, wait a second. That's against the effort here.
That's right.
And you should cheer about ohmTown if you like it. Tell a friend.
That's right. Tell a friend. Don't hit the news. Don't hit the monitor with the newspaper because ohmTown is on it. It'll hurt. You know, and all I have is this, my moneymaker. And that's why ohmTown is considered a... Never mind. So what exactly are these rare spiders, and should you be worried? Yes, we should. They can grow to the size of a human hand and produce a web that measures 25 centimeters or nearly 10 inches. Admittedly, they pose no significant threat to humans, with a bite that would leave a mark, sort of like a bee sting. Well, that sucks. And they're quite shy, so they're more likely to run away anyway. Still freaky, though, according to the article. But
might cause some trauma to people who are afraid of spiders.
That's right. Oh, so I guess I shouldn't scroll up and go, hey, look, a spider. If you're afraid of spiders, warning, spider.
We need a button for that. Spider alert.
Spider alert and spoiler alert. And hopefully I don't hit the wrong one at the wrong time. Because people are like, I'm not afraid of spoilers, spider. That's okay. Moving on. Next article is over on the Marvel channel. The case of nearly 7,000 missing pancreases. Yep. This one is a wacky one. Oh, you know what? I guess I could do this. No, I can't. Hold on. Let me see if I can do that. Can I throw that into... Let me throw it into the chat. There we go.
I'm a little worried about the pancreas article because I do not know where that's going.
Okay. This is old school, by the way. I used to not have the bot do that. I posted the articles into the thing, but the ohmTown doesn't have the right information right now. Anyway, so the case of nearly 7,000 missing pancreases. There are some mysteries that the author fears they'll never see resolved. Who was D.B. Cooper and what happened to them? Who robbed the Gardner Museum of its Vermeer and Rembrandts in 1990? And most pressingly, where are the thousands of pancreases taken out of Americans' bodies in 2021, 2022, and 2023 that were never transplanted into anybody? So let me back up, is what the author of this says. Pancreata, the correct plural form of pancreas, not pancreas.
Okay, isn't that interesting that that is spelled out in the article? Because everybody reading it is like, what is a pancreata?
Pancreata is what I have in the morning when I make a mistake or I decide to actually make a design. It's a pancreata. Now that I know what it is, I'm very afraid that I've ever said that to anyone. So anyone out there that I've ever made breakfast for, and you know who you are. When I said, I'm gonna love eating this pancreata. If you spoke Latin, I'm sorry.
I think you need to banish that from your breakfast terminology.
All right. But it's a pancake creation. Why wouldn't you merge it? It's much more efficient to say pancreata. No? All right. Well, anyway, they're one of the organs you can't live without. Without one, you don't have insulin to regulate your blood sugar or enzymes necessary to digest food. So what happened to all of these? Dylan Matthews over at Vox.com put the article together. Organ companies are getting up to pancreas hijinks. So pancreas, right, is the merging of creation and bread. So it's bread creations, right? Pan and...
Don't ruin food with this article.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to take it somewhere. I just don't know where. And since you don't know where it belongs, I'm just running. So all these donated pancreata come from dead people who register as organ donors. And in the US, we outsource the job of collecting this to private groups called organ procurement organizations. If anyone is going to be doing something for NaNoWriMo, this article should be feeding the beast. Each OPO has a monopoly on organs in a particular geographic region. Really? They're McDonald's for organ recovery?
Okay, that is so problematic, and I don't think that's widely reported.
Okay, this article is fodder for NaNoWriMo, and it's right around the corner, folks. You better get your engines revving. Don't write a damn thing, though. Just keep it all in your head, because right when NaNoWriMo kicks off, you start writing. I might actually do that with this. This is just delicious. I mean, what? I mean, you could just gobble up all the content in this. What? What? Am I saying something wrong?
You're using too much food terminology.
Oh, don't pan me for this. I'm just being creative. Yeah. For some time now, independent analysts and investigative reporters have argued that OPOs are underusing deceased organs by the tens of thousands. One reporter from 2019 estimated that for every 28,000 usable organs, like kidneys, but also pancreata, hearts, livers, etc., from deceased donors that are never used, another put the number at 75,000. And this, when the national wait list for organs is more than 100,000 people long, you run into a problem. See, but there's a lot of complexity here. It has to be type matched. It has to be fresh. It can't sit there and be hanging out in a microwave. I don't know anybody else that does that. I mean, that's where I store my pancreata. Anyway, OPO contracts with the federal government are quite lucrative, which means OPO executives have ample reason to fight hard to retain them. So, the birth of the pancreas loophole, which I was diagnosed with a pancreas loophole.
Yeah, that sounds like a medical condition.
Whoops. So, it asked OPOs to tally the total number of deceased people 75 and younger with causes of death compatible with donation, and then estimate the number of deceased donors each year as a share of that total population, and the number of organs actually used as a share of that total population. The denominator was now something that OPOs couldn't tamper with. That meant, hopefully, that they'd be judged solely on how many organs they'd recovered and transplanted into people, on how many thousands of lives they saved. So, while OPOs couldn't muck with the denominator anymore, they could still muck with the numerators. Being a donor generally means that your organs are used in a transplant, but there's one carve out for one organ, the pancreas. A narrow 2004 law allows researchers running clinical trials to conduct transplants of islet cells. I don't know how they pronounce it. They probably pronounce it islet. Islet cells, the part of the pancreas that produce insulin. It might be islet. As a potential cure for diabetes. Because of that law, OPOs could recover, quote unquote, pancreases or pancreata for islet cell transplant research and get credit for recovering more organs under the new rule. Fascinating.
So that's interesting. So the numbers are way up for what they're recovering, but they're not actually available for implants.
They're delivering them to research. Yeah, but the federal government never asked for any proof that these organs were part of any FDA-approved research. And there goes. They can taint the number because they can just say it's being researched. What's weird,
right? Why don't they just explicitly exclude anything taken for research or something, and not just for pancreas?
Or they have to declare it, and any research has to declare that they've received one. I mean, the paperwork is pretty damn clear, and it's not like academia is devoid of the processes of receiving goods. You know, at one point I was given a challenge coin, and I was with somebody that said, you know, you have to declare that. Yeah. Anyway, sure enough, the total
Did you
number
have a
of
response to that?
No, I couldn't because of their particular position. So you just kind of smile and nod a lot like the penguins. Anyway, the OPOs labeled as for research grew from 513 in 2020 to a whopping 3,238 in 2023. The number of donors whose only recovered organ was a pancreas designated for research grew from 25 to 429, according to Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network. That's an overall tenfold increase in just 3 years. Was there a technological innovation that facilitated this? The article doesn't say anything about that.
Well, all I can think of is that something unusual was happening during that time frame.
Yeah,
not
wild.
related to pancreases.
The pandemic?
Well, they were suddenly doing a lot of new research efforts during that time, but I don't know if that has any connection to it.
Yeah, I don't know. So Washington Post, Lenny Bernstein, is written about in this Vox.com article, who reported that there was no sudden surge in need for pancreases in research projects. So that puts to bed that. And the Sentient AI from the future is having an issue.
Definitely having a glitch over here.
Yeah. But they're back. So, indeed, if you look at the small handful of medical centers that are using research pancreata for islet or islet, damn it, I'm going to have to just find a conviction and use it. So, islet cell transplants. You'll find that there were only 24 transplants conducted in all of 2023, 22 at the University of Chicago Medical Center, and 1 each at City of Hope Medical Center outside LA, and the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. So,
what's the takeaway here? If you need a pancreas transplant, you better live in Chicago.
Yeah, damn straight. So the waiting list for people needing just pancreata is barely 800 people. That number should be 0 if these organs were better allocated. Where are they? So this article continues on. It's a little bit longer, but I'm not going to do the whole thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing verbatim. Go over and check this out.
Always has these really in-depth articles, and it's definitely worth a full read.
Yeah. So where are nearly 7,000 missing pancreases, says Dylan Matthews. Moving on. Next article's over in Reality Hacker. The U.S. government wants you, yes, you, to hunt down generative AI flaws. Should I?
Do you think there will be like an Uncle Sam poster for this?
Yeah, only you can stop generative AI flaws. And it's going to have like a digital bear. Huh. That's actually, that might be a really good shirt. And I could do the art using generative AI.
Oh, very meta.
So AI ethics nonprofit Humane Intelligence and the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology, aka NIST, are launching a series of contests to get more people probing for problems in generative AI systems. The article is over at wired.com. Oh, I didn't log in, so I don't know if it's going to... Anyway, Lily Hay Newman over at wired.com put the article together, and the deck statement is what I just... Oh, look! Oh my god, look! They even have the little...
Okay, that's really funny. That's a Getty, so it's not necessarily for this specifically.
No, not at all. But they chose cover art for what I did. Only you can prevent forest fires. Or like federal government says that they want you.
That's a riot.
That's awesome.
We had not looked at that in advance.
So at the 2023 DEF CON Hacker Conference in Las Vegas, prominent AI tech companies partnered with algorithmic integrity and transparency groups to seek thousands of attendees on generative AI problems, or platforms, I should say, and find weaknesses in the critical systems. This quote-unquote red teaming exercise, which also had support from the U.S. government, took a step in opening these increasingly influential yet opaque systems to scrutiny, which I think that should actually be, there should be red teaming. So for those who aren't involved in cybersecurity or, well, there's a whole host of where red team, blue team kicks in. So, but red team is basically a team of professionals that are designed to attack some system, either physical or cyber or anything really. Like if I were to get a bunch of editors together, they could red team a book and as one unit just grammatically destroy it, right? And that's the objective.
Right, yeah, it doesn't have to be in the IT context, but I think that's where we see it most frequently in the news and everything.
Yeah. Then there's the blue team, which is designed to harden a system and protect or defend against and mitigate and resolve any issues that the red team might present during and post the attack. And prior to it, the blue team hardens the systems. And I won't keep with the editor analogy, but then there is a blended team, which is called the purple team, which has all of the skills of both. And those are typically contractors that get hired by people, and they know both of the ins and outs, and they think like the blue team but operate like a red team and do penetration testing, and it's pretty neat. And it's a lot of fun because you can do what amounts to criminal exercises without going to jail. Give it a shot. Go to school.
That's a legal way to do it.
Yeah, because the only way that you can actually hack with impunity of a system is either with permission from the company, and it has to be overt, documented. It can't be something, ask for forgiveness kind of a thing, like a bug hunter program, or if you are working for government agencies where you have agency by way of being an employee of the federal government. Anyway, by contractor or otherwise. So on Wednesday, a group announced a call for participation in the U.S. National Institute of Standards and Technology, inviting any U.S. resident to participate in the qualifying round of a nationwide red teaming effort to evaluate AI office productivity software. Basically, see if you can tear the bumpers off of AI and have it produce something like the plans for a nuclear weapon or something like that, which people have done by proxy by saying, hey, I need a nuclear weapon, and the bumpers say no, and then somebody said, well, describe it in terms of creating a chocolate chip cookie, and then it did. So.
Oh, wow. Well, I was going to say that sounded like fun until you mentioned the nuclear weapon.
It's all fun and games until somebody pushes the button on our tactical nuke. So the qualifier will take place online and is open to both developers and anyone in the general public as part of NIST AI challenges known as assessing risks and impacts of AI, or ARIA. They work really hard to get an acronym. Participants who pass through the qualifying round will take part in an in-person red teaming event at the end of October at the Conference on Applied Machine Learning and Information Security, or CAMLIS, in Virginia. The goal is to expand capabilities for conducting rigorous testing of the security, resilience, and ethics of generative AI technologies. So, hold on. That was today. So today they called for participation. When is the actual?
Yeah, I don't know. It must be pretty soon because of the final event being in October.
Yeah, there's a link here, but it's through LinkedIn. So.
Oh, okay.
But you can find out more by following the links that are in this Wired.com article. And again, we just don't go through them all. Okay, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hundreds of Boeing 787 jets are to be inspected after an incident where a plane suddenly dropped and injured 50 people. A LATAM Airlines Boeing 787 suddenly dropped 400 feet during a March incident. I think we may have talked about this or something
I'd
similar
have to
this.
know if based on the location, but it does sound familiar.
So hundreds of Boeing 787 Dreamliners will need to be inspected after an incident that injured dozens of passengers. In one incident, they found a person in like the luggage compartment.
Yes, that was from turbulence.
From turbulence, yeah. I don't know if it was an adult or what, but it was a human. And they're like, no, just leave me up here. I'm safer.
Right. Or maybe it's comfortable up here.
Yeah. Just close it. Right. So the LATAM Airlines jet suddenly dropped 400 feet in March, injuring dozens. Investigators found the captain's seat, which had a loose switch cover, involuntarily moved forward. So that's the one that we talked about where the the flight attendant went to serve food and hit the switch. That's a powered switch on the captain's seat, and it shot it forward, and it caused them to drive the plane down or something.
Right.
Yeah, and we talked about this. Pete Sim over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. Yep. Pretty wild, right?
I mean, if they just said the captain's chair, we would have known exactly which incident it was.
Yeah. So, in a Tuesday statement, the Federal Aviation Administration announced that it was issuing an airworthiness directive for certain 787 jets. Any plane that has that switch in that location is probably due for a refit. And maybe they'll find some bolts missing there too, or they can use some of the extra bolts.
And it seems like they keep having an incident with one model or another, and then they're like, oh, we're going to look into this. I don't know about you, but I think we've seen enough instances. Maybe they need to be looking at all of the models before waiting for something to happen with the next model.
See, but what's weird is that it hasn't been going on like this forever. It seems like it's only in the post-pandemic era where like the fit has been hitting the shan. But
exactly.
That said,
but what's going on? Like, are they not maintaining, or are they, I don't know, are they not inspecting the initial design? I mean, something is off.
Hello, whistleblowers. That's, whistleblowers started coming out. And lo and behold, it's almost like they knew something was going to happen. Plus, you can't get rid of old planes without, a few cracked eggs. In an April preliminary report, Chilean investigators said the captain's seat experienced an involuntary forward movement, and the report included pictures that showed the switch cover was loose. Neither bad weather nor turbulence played a role, it added. Citing unnamed officials, the Wall Street Journal reported that a flight attendant may have accidentally hit a switch on the pilot's seat, activating a feature that pushed him toward the controls, which pushed the plane nose down.
That's a feature, not a bug.
Intermittent feature. Moving on. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Let me post this into the chat. Sorry, today's episode might be a little long. SpaceX is launching 4 people on a risky mission to fly a risky mission. It's like a risky click. To fly through radiation belts and do the first commercial spacewalk, one of which may turn someone into Dr. Doom. Someone else might turn into one of the other Fantastic Four. But who knows?
Oh.
Who would like to be, what's her name? Invisible Girl? I can't remember. I can't remember the Fantastic Four. Oh my gosh, I've lost all credit.
I know.
Hold on. I will not let this go.
I'm looking as well. Is it Susan Storm?
Yeah. But she's more than... Hold on. She can like disappear and something else. Build a force field. I don't know what her powers are anymore. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, everybody. Anyway, SpaceX is about to launch a risky mission of 4 private citizens who aren't professional astronauts. Billionaire-backed Polaris Dawn mission aims to attempt... See, all these billionaire fever dreams. This is what we're doing? Okay. Anyway, they want to fly through the radiation belts and do the first commercial spacewalk with non-astronauts.
And... why is that a really good idea?
Because when they come back glowing, they won't need any light sticks. And when they grow an opposable tail, they'll be really good with having to deal with the Starliner, I suppose. Morgan McFall Johnson over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. New spacesuits and flying through a radiation belt could also help advance Elon Musk's Mars dreams. Please send Musk to Mars. That'd be fine. I think we're all fine with it. So their mission, called Polaris Dawn, was drawn up and funded by fever dream billionaire Jared Isaacman, who is acting as the mission's commander. Wow. Space. Okay. I'm sure there's a lot of other subject matter experts that are going to be making sure. I liken this to being on the freeway, and I had a conversation about this today. Really bad drivers out on the road. The only reason why there haven't been more accidents because of the really bad drivers is because there's really good observant drivers that are keeping the roads safe by getting out of the way of the really bad drivers. I liken it to
Yeah,
this,
but
right?
this is a whole nother level, right? I mean, this is space travel.
They say
You need
this
to know
isn't.
what you're doing.
Yeah, but everybody knows what they're doing and can pick up the slack. So it's not like, Jared Isaacman is going to be sitting there with a soldering iron. Anyway.
Hey, you don't know. I mean, you got to look at what could go wrong.
Well, remember, there's that one guy that wanted to go out to the James Webb Space Telescope and change a servo out, but he's like, I'm going to fund it, but I want to be the one that does it. No, Go away. Shoo. Adults are speaking. Shoo. We're really starting to push frontiers with the private sector and learning new things that we would not be able to learn by staying in the risk-free environment here on Earth. Bill Gerstmeier, who is a SpaceX president of Build and Flight Reliability, said in a briefing on August 19th, yeah, I'm sure there's some NASA engineering, education, money, policy, procedure, practice. Everybody in the private sector is standing on the shoulders of giants, and everybody in the government sector is standing on the shoulders of giants. I think some good-natured competition it should be had, yes, but wow, I don't know. Peeing on your bush, I don't think is the right way to go about things. It's how you end up with Titanic-style dives that collapse. Along with Isaacman, the crew includes, or Starliner sitting out there in the middle of
too soon.
Along with Isaacman, the crew includes a former U.S. Air Force pilot named Scott Poteet, or Poteet, and two SpaceX engineers, Sarah Gillis and Anna Menon. All right.
I didn't see any astronauts listed.
Yeah, but a U.S. Air Force pilot. I'm sure that's a private individual as well, not trained by the Air Force or anything like that. $14 million jet. They're scheduled to spend about 5 days in space, soaring further from Earth than anybody has gone since the Apollo era more than 50 years ago. And then they're going to come on back. They're going to go through the Van Allen radiation belts, which are two donuts of intense radiation surrounding the Earth. And that's a concept image. So yeah, and then it says on day 3, if everything goes according to plan, they're going to do a spacewalk, be irradiated, I suppose, and then come back. Oh my gosh, they're going to be referred to as the Fantastic Four. How much you want to bet? There's 4 of them.
I suspect so, knowing that SpaceX is tied to this.
They're going to be referred to as the Fantastic Four. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see if maybe they even make a reference to it right here. I have no idea, but we're not going to go through this entire article. So the new SpaceX suits, a major goal of the spacewalk is to test out SpaceX's first extravehicular spacesuits, which use new textiles and joint designs for increased mobility. And the suits will feature a heads-up display in the mask, which shows the wearer real-time information about the suit's internal pressure, temperature, humidity. All of that kind of stuff is liquid-cooled. I believe they're still liquid-cooled, but the ones that are on the ISS right now were supposed to be used in a spacewalk, but they froze up before they left the outer door.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good that they did it, I guess, in time, but yeah, that's not good.
Yep. So your suit becomes your spaceship, is what they say. So good luck to them all. There was a toilet malfunction aboard the Dragon. They talk about other things in this article, but
And was there any time frame on this? I don't think so.
I don't think they mentioned it just yet. Oh, yeah, and we're at the end of the article, so. I don't think they say. Yeah. I don't see an actual date. Let's scroll it back to the beginning and see if it's up there. No.
I mean, because that's a pretty significant move for civilians.
Yeah, it doesn't say, I don't think. August 19th is when they said it in a briefing, but maybe they have it somewhere else. Just as soon as Monday morning, it says SpaceX is launching its most daring mission yet as soon as Monday morning.
I was thinking this was quite a ways down the road, but okay.
Yeah, I guess they don't mess around. Let's keep moving. We don't mess around. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Gold bars are worth $1 million for the first time. I had the privilege of trying to pick up a gold bar, and I was able to, but it was only $1 million. So, and I would have had to get it out of a mint.
Out of a container.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and it was in a container.
Broadly, yeah.
It was in a container, bolted in a way that it would be impossible to get it out of the container without destroying the container with like explosives, and then have to get it out of the building. And everybody around me was armed, so to the teeth. Plus, I have
that'd
this
be
moral.
rather exciting.
Plus, I have this moral compass about taking stuff that isn't mine. So for the first time, a single gold bar is now worth $1 million. The milestone was reached on August 16th. Did I say February? No, Friday, August 16th. I think I said February, August 16th. But maybe not.
I think you did too.
That time travel machine is really... The time machine's messing with my head a lot. So the milestone was reached on Friday, August 16th, when gold prices passed $2,500 per troy ounce. A standard gold bar is 400 ounces, so $1 million. Gold shot up in value recently by more than 20% in just 2024 alone. So why? Gold is inherently limited supply, although here on Earth, it's in abundance in other places. So it's famously seen as a hedge against inflation, and that's just perceived value based on what it's used for. So if we find some other solution. Central banks, especially the ones in China, have been increasing their gold reserves for months, reducing their dependency on the US dollar. Add in the expectation that the Federal Reserve might lower interest rates, and boom. Greedy bastard. So Luis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together. The deck statement says your jewelry might be worth more than you think. Yeah, I guess now's the time to start melting down some jewelry. If you come up with
but
400...
only yours.
Huh?
But only yours, right? Like you can't go find somebody else's and melt it down.
Well, you could. It's a criminal act, but... Anyway... gold analysts think the wild passion for the stuff will continue for a bit since economic conditions are still a little shaky, even if things are looking up for the most part. If you're one of the few who had been hiding some gold bars in a mattress or a hollowed out Bible, now would probably be the time to take them to a local pawn shop so that they can stare in bewilderment. Oh, by the way, they have to say looking up for the most part. Well, it was reported today that the federal economists reported close to 700,000 more jobs than actually were delivered. So the unemployment rate is actually a different thing. Yeah. In fact, well, I don't have my reference, but I could have told you. But it is in ohmTown as well. I just didn't include it in the rundown because it.
So things aren't as rosy as they might be reported.
Yeah, because you can report numbers all day long and they're not necessarily accurate. You have to do some due diligence. But let's move on. The next article is about a biolab. in South America. First biolab in South America for studying world's deadliest viruses is set to open.
Have we learned nothing?
Construction is underway for a maximum security Brazilian facility. All right. Which will face cost and regulatory hurdles. Meggy? Is that their name? Meggy Rodriguez? Put the article together. It looks very much like the Apple donut spaceship. Apple One.
It does. Maybe it was modeled after that.
Yeah. I think that's kind of bad. But anyway, the construction site of the maximum level biosafety laboratory Orion lies next to a circular synchrotron facility at the Brazilian Center for Research in Energy and Materials. So I guess right here is where the biolab is going to be. And here's the synchrotron.
No, I mean, we just have learned nothing.
No. So the need for a biosafety level 4 or BSL-4 laboratory in Brazil is unquestionable, says Flavio Fonseca, a virologist at the Federal University of Minas Gerais in Belo Horizonte, Brazil. We have seen the number of epidemic, even pandemic outbreaks increase in the last 100 years. So of course, I guess that equates to Brazil should have a level 4 biolab.
Exactly. Like, who hasn't, right?
I suppose if it gets stopped at the Brazilian border and you do all of your own research, then hey, that's great. But guess what? One flight and the virus.
Exactly. Are we going to shut down all international travel?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, you got to do what Madagascar does in every single biohazard epidemic kind of a game. You shut the flight down. Yes, I changed that word.
Yes.
Anyway, the lab dubbed Orion is being constructed at the Brazilian Center for Research in Energy and Materials in Campinas, about 100 kilometers northwest of Sao Paulo, and is scheduled to be completed by 2026 and operational by 2028. It will also host lower level biosafety labs, including BSL 2 and 3. Oh no, why does that look? I mean, it looks like a picture of the synchrotron, but it's in the article once again as the biolab, but that's the synchrotron. Anyway.
Interesting.
So having a BSL-4 lab in Brazil could mean more autonomy for the country's science, Fonseca says, allowing researchers to study local pathogens and develop treatments domestically rather than traveling to labs elsewhere to do research and then queuing to receive diagnostic tests and vaccines. So 5 hemorrhagic fever-causing arenaviruses, which can be studied only in BSL-4 lab, have been detected in South America. In particular, Sabia virus was first reported in Sao Paulo. So, yeah, I mean, I suppose if they're a hotbed of level 4 biosafety problems,
right,
then...
But are we even hearing about those separately? I don't know that we are.
Yeah, I guess not until... If you're in the domain, I'm sure you hear about it, right? But... What? Anyway.
I mean, it's just like it's deja vu.
Everything, well, they even mentioned SARS-CoV-2 were spotted in Wuhan, China, where researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology were studying coronaviruses gathered from bats. Hence the reason why Mayor Watt always jokes about bad bats. It's just a coinky-dink that the virus shows up in a wet market just outside Wuhan Virology. Just a coinky-dink. Anyway, cost of the lab been point of concern. The Brazilian government is investing $1 billion or about $180 million into Orion's construction, which seems a little light, but there's no doubt about the need for the laboratory of this kind in Brazil. Yeah, right up until, you know, there's some feature that's acquired because somebody left a door open. And then Timmy walks out with a bad bat. All right.
Well, yeah, I mean, this sounds good, but what could go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? I don't
I mean,
know.
what might we have already seen?
2019, 2020, 2021, 2022 would like to have a little discussion with, I don't know, biosafety. Moving on. Next article. Speak of the devil. Non sequitur news. Mpox update as cargo ship quarantined over infection fears. An entire crew will be quarantined until the results of the studies are available, health officials in Argentina have said. Oh my God.
I didn't know it was actually connected to South America because I didn't read any of the snippet or anything. But I found this interesting because we saw a bunch of like cruise ships quarantine and everything during COVID, but I think this is the first time we've seen a cargo ship quarantined, and it's obviously from a newer
Ick.
is it a virus?
It's
a virus.
the monkeypox, right? I think, yeah, it's a
Right.
monkeypox, yeah. So, so the article is over at newsweek.com. Pandora Dewan, who has a great name, put this article together. Liberia flagged ship sailing from the city of Santos in Brazil informed border health authorities on Wednesday that one of its crew members had developed skin lesions on their torso and face compatible with the symptoms of Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox, drew global attention in 2022 during an outbreak that affected US, Europe, Australia, and many other countries. And the virus comes in two different forms. Clades, I guess, 1 and 2, and spreads through close contact. Previous outbreak in the US and Europe was driven by clade 2 form of the virus and was mostly spread through sexual and intimate contact with men who, well, were getting busy with the infection anyway. However, the current surge in Africa is driven by a new variant, clade 1, also called, I guess, clade 1b, that is thought to be a more severe disease than the previous variant, so keep that away. Anyway,
Well,
last
and
week
there's been a lot of reporting about Mpox in Africa, but I didn't know that there was another clade.
Yeah, so I guess there's two of them in the, actually there's 1 and 2, but this new one, 1b, Mpox, is now detected outside of Africa in Sweden. The Argentine Ministry of Health said that there have not been any cases of the new variant domestically, but that epidemiological surveillance has been ongoing to monitor the situation. Yeah, the entire crew will be quarantined until the results of the studies are available. No thanks. The article continues to talk about it, and in the grand scheme of things, this is like a low level amount of infections. This isn't like even a virulent flu, and it's definitely not like COVID.
Not like COVID, right?
Yeah. But I think the mortality of it is higher as a number.
Right.
So I guess we'll see. If you want to know more about it, follow the link through ohmTown over to Newsweek and read the rest of this article. Let's keep moving. Because people are going to be spending a lot of money over at Starbucks, right? Your prices might have gone up because, well, new Starbucks CEO will commute 1,000 miles by private jet. New Starbucks CEO Brian Niccol won't have to worry about traffic on the PCH, but he will have to worry about the weather patterns across the country. I'm sure he's not flying a Boeing 787.
You know what I love about this headline is that all these major companies are pushing the return to work.
Right. Well,
yet the CEO can be remote, you know.
No. He's returning to work 1,000 miles each time he wants to go home. Yeah.
Yeah, but how much is he really going to be in the office?
The commute,
once a month or something.
Right. Yeah. The commute will be approximately 1,000 miles, and while it may seem silly to us from afar, it will surely be a whole lot less painful than sitting bumper to bumper traffic for an hour to get home. So Kyle Philippi over at Vice.com put this article together too. Brian Niccol, formerly CEO of Chipotle, who Chipotle got away with that listeria thing like twice, I think now, unfreaking scathed.
I wonder if it was under the CEO.
It's so bizarre. Anyway, it's like the cloud strike of food service. Will follow Starbucks' work from home policy by coming to Seattle a few days a week. So the guy's going to fly back and forth each week.
I don't get that at all.
The commute will be approximately 1,000 miles, and while it may seem silly to us from afar, it will surely be a whole lot less painful than sitting bumper to bumper for an hour to get home. It also helps that he inked a contract that will see him receive $1.6 million annually with bonuses and equity awards that will see him approach $23 million. The person that wrote this, Kyle Philippi, says, "I'd fly on Spirit Airlines 5 days a week if I were making that amount of coin, wouldn't you?"
Yeah, exactly.
I'd probably figure out a different way of being more effective because that's batshit crazy. The direct flight for Niccol will see him in the air for less than 3 hours, according to CNBC. He'll be expected to be in Seattle 3 times a week, while also receiving a remote office and an assistant in his hometown. This is in line with the company's work from home policy enacted in early 2023, which requires employees to show their face 3 days per week.
Okay, well, maybe I should take my comment back from the beginning.
Well, no. How many other people are getting a flight from Kentucky to
they're
Seattle
not.
and a personal assistant?
They're not, but I mean, at least he's being required to show up. I thought he was going to be like basically fully remote.
Again. $23 million. Give me a break. Anyway, the world is all abuzz about that. Not really the world, but some people are taking exception to this and kind of irritated. I think that it's... Yeah, I think it's... The jet-setting CEO comes from Chipotle, where he held the same title that he will with Starbucks, and he had been in that role since 2018. The burrito chain's headquarters are in Newport Beach, which is why Niccol resides in the Southern California city. So he's not going to have red-eye flights. He's going to show up at noon on day 1 and leave at noon on day 7.
Exactly, day 2.5.
Whatever, yeah. They just wanted to make
He's going to do the
coffee
badging or whatever.
Yeah, that's what he wanted. He's going to start up a podcast and a Netflix stream talking about Starbucks while he's flying. And finally, our last article for tonight is over in Technology Today. A software firm sues Amazon in contract dispute over Emirates VR experience at Dubai Air Show. A lawsuit.
Okay.
Oh, I know there's a lot to unpack there.
Yes, there is.
Did you want to say? Were you just
no? Let's keep going. But I mean, it's just a lot of things going on.
Yeah. So a lawsuit by Surreal Holdings against Amazon Web Services cites a segment in the video by popular aviation and travel vlogger Sam Chui as evidence that its work for Amazon and Emirates was not confidential. A VR demo at the Emirates booth during the 2023 Dubai Air Show is the subject of a lawsuit filed by a software development firm against Amazon Web Services. Surreal Holdings of Alpharetta, Georgia, alleges that AWS wrongly terminated their broader software development agreement and owes more than $1.27 million.
Okay.
The article is over at geekwire.com, which tends to focus on the northwest area of, more specifically like Seattle, Washington area. Anyway, in-depth Amazon coverage from tech giants' hometown, including e-commerce, AWS, Amazon Web, Alexa, logistics devices, and more, is their little deck statement. But the article is focusing on this lawsuit about Surreal Holdings. The lawsuit filed August 15th at the U.S. District Court in Seattle links to a video by Sam Chui, an aviation and travel vlogger with more than 3.5 million YouTube subscribers, to support its assertion that its work was not confidential. The Dubai Air Show included a 1-minute segment at the Emirates booth in which he tried a virtual cabin crew experience using a VR headset. The segment did not reference Surreal's involvement in creating the experience. Chui did not mention by name in the suit and is not involved in the dispute. The suit says that AWS and Emirates logos in the footer did not cite Surreal's specific work for the companies and therefore didn't constitute a breach. After the air show, Surreal requested compensation for its work on the demo, Surreal alleges. However, AWS refused, stating that it was a partner effort and that if Surreal had wanted to get paid for the work, it should have worked that out in advance. Neither AWS nor Emirates ever paid Surreal or its vendor for any of the work performed on the demo. And they didn't get any credit and nobody said anything?
Yeah, there's something off here. I mean, does the company really just think they're volunteering for this? I don't think so.
Sure. I mean, if it worked for an online magazine, that there's a news organization that was pretty much initially powered by people chomping at the bit simply to get their name published.
Reddit?
No. That too.
Oh, I was thinking of that because of the unpaid moderators.
Yeah. No. What's the name of it? It's named after a reporter. Oh, what is her name? Doggone it. I can't remember it now. But yeah, I mean, in the past, it's been a long time, like 10 years now, that it basically was a blog that was spun up, and then they opened it up to everybody to submit news articles, and they basically powered the site with journalistic articles and only kept the cream of the crop and let all the rest go and never paid anybody.
It wasn't HuffPost, was it?
HuffPost, yeah, it is. Huffington Post. At least that's my understanding. That was the discussion at the time, and Post and stuff like that. So, I mean, let's see. So, yeah, I'd have to pull up it's kind of tough to actually do something concise with that, but anyway, yeah. So in the lawsuit, Surreal says that it had the potential to make more than $15 million in license and support fees over 5 years from its broader agreement with AWS related to the Emirates work before the contract was terminated, but it was terminated. So I think the problem is that if it was terminated, why was the work actually used?
Exactly. There's something here that's not tracking.
Yeah. The work was part of a collaboration between AWS and Emirates announced last year to create virtual reality experiences for Emirates employees, including crew training. So either you paid them and used it, or you used it and violated some type of contract, because nothing should have been done just for kicks. Nobody spends $1.5 million worth of effort as a pitch deck.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I don't get. The company didn't have any expectation that they were doing it for free, and nor should Amazon have had that expectation.
Yeah. So I'll end this with Todd Bishop is the author of the article over at geekwire.com. I'm not sure if I said it, but might have been lost in the shuffle. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason. I would probably say that they're going to find an agreement out of court so that this doesn't get bigger than it needs to be, because treble damages for something like this in a jury would probably eclipse the initial request.
Well, and the request is relatively small too for Amazon.
Right. Yeah.
If it doesn't escalate.
Yeah, it doesn't track for me either, but That's okay. I'm not an attorney, and even if I was an attorney, I'm not your attorney. So go talk to an attorney, and that's the best advice. All right, but that's it. We are done. Today's episode is brought to you by an incoming show about brewing called Of the Brew. Probably won't be ready for a real episode and for a couple of weeks. It'll be a bi-weekly show or bi-monthly. How do we want to define bi-monthly or bi-weekly?
How about just every 2 weeks?
Every 2 weeks. Because it's going to be an oddball kind of a show because it takes time to brew. And so what I'm going to end up doing is putting together an ingredient list and talking about it, and then showing the process of brewing using a piece of technology called the Aggregated, which is not capable of boiling. It basically just manages what's called dry malt extract, or DME, or LME, the liquid malt extract, and hops and yeast, and it keeps it under pressure and processes it and then cools it, and you drink it straight out of it, or you can transfer it to a keg. This thing is drop dead simple, and with a little bit of manipulation you can do some advanced productions of small batch 1 gallon beer runs. And that's what I will be doing. I'll be doing little micro runs and even using specialty type processes to advance the capabilities of the Aggregated outside of just basic brew in a bag type of kits. But I won't be doing conventional brewing, like boiling hops and building a wort of the conventional style. It'll be entirely extracts. Ta-da! And we'll keep you abreast of the situation now as we move forward. But that first demo batch, it's looking and tasting pretty darn good, if I do say so myself. And with that in mind, we are going to put on our VR goggles, and that's going to snap us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. And I'm not going to refresh because it's kind of scary as it is. No. It's fun. ohmTown.com is a blast. If you want to manage your information overload, go over and check it out. But good night, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the Sentient AI and the voice of the Sentient AI for those in the podcast.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be sure to like and subscribe. Stay tuned for future episodes.
Yep. And then after this show, I'm going to do the weekly replay, which will include the 21st back, as well as the weekend shows. And there's 6 episodes there's 1 episode of 6 different shows. And then there's going to be 7 episodes of Non Sequitur News in that mix. So be sure to watch the weekly replay if you've missed any of the shows and you don't want to go over to YouTube and watch them all, singleton there. Although we have a massive playlist of like 1,100 episodes for all of ohmTown.
Yes, and you should definitely watch that.
Every single one of them. But don't miss
but
every
take
day.
some breaks. Get some sleep.
No breaks. No sleep. Day 3, you'll hallucinate, but you can work past that. Just with a little ambition, you can. No. Sleep till completed. I actually messed up. So welcome to Non Sequitur News. Today is August 20th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 233. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm fixing the title as we go. I'm yelling over the title, too. Today's production value is set to you by maybe Aggregated. Not sure. No, I shouldn't say that because that would be bad branding. That would be wrong. but we are streaming right now. So welcome to the Sentient AI as well, who's co-hosting the show.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
And it is indeed Season 3, Episode 233. And now we're all set, ready to go. Bink. So, yes, it is a quirky beginning, and yeah, it's kind of to go with the music. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about how is this happening in Wyoming, Civilization 7. I'm going to include the pricing in the title, but I'm not going to say them during the intro. A Tesla semi shuts down a freeway. Devs could stop coding soon. A cosmic explosion, and not the Tesla semi. A Disney switches away from beast mode for a bit. No running with scissors in an airport. Pico motion trackers. Tell me how mergers and acquisitions are good, Broadcom. Yeah. Anyway, and that's a pricey footlong. That and more brought to you by ohmTown.com. So I have people guessing about the pricing for VMware post the Broadcom acquisition, and that conversation is taking place elsewhere. But whoo, some of the conversation is maybe a little correct. And anyway, you want to get right on into this article? All of these articles.
Yes.
And further away from the intro. So the first article is over in the Mobile channel. An AI chatbot's Meet Avatar is running for mayor in Wyoming, the home of we will not upgrade our power grid, and no, nothing, we don't want EVs. Victor Miller is a 42-year-old librarian from Cheyenne, the capital city of Wyoming. With a population of around 64,000, I think that's like 10% of the entire population of the state.
Actually, it is.
That's all in one place. So they are running for mayor, but they don't seem to want to do any of the usual work the job would entail. Instead, they'd be sort of an AI mayor, letting ChatGPT-powered chatbot called Vic, short for Virtual Integrated Citizen, run Cheyenne if he wins.
Okay, what could go wrong here?
Normally, you would refer to this as a technocracy, where the technology is dictating the course of society. And yeah, look, hallucination alone would cause me to not vote for this. But for a human to go replace me in wholesale, and I'm just going to push the button if you tell me to, yeah, this person's going to be complicit with the sentient AI from the future here in dominate. Did I say something?
Wait a second. I do not want to be lumped together with this person.
I mean, I know that you wouldn't want to be mayor of Wyoming, but maybe that's the only state you don't want to be mayor of. Oh, maybe a couple others. Anyway, Miller says that he'd be the chatbot's humble meet avatar. Though he is technically speaking the one on the ballot in public, he wears a portable Bluetooth speaker around his neck with a built-in microphone so that he can communicate with the chatbot. Luis Prada over at, or Luis. Luis? L-U-I-S. How would you pronounce that?
Luis.
I mean, but never mind. Luis Prada. That's what I said initially, but I'm after the other issue. I'm a little shy. Anywho, Vice.com is where the article is. This kind of bothers me. His role as mayor,
about this bothers me.
More than that? There's a lot, right? So basically, the Meet avatar would relay everything to Vic, the virtual integrated citizen, to run Cheyenne, and his role as mayor, in large, would be to sign the documents it tells him to sign. So the AI would have to give him power of attorney, but an AI can't have agency, so it's the human that gives agency.
I'm assuming in the law for mayor it says something like a person.
Right.
But if not, they're going to have to pass a law like only a person can be a mayor.
Right. Just like only a person can be assigned rights. And that's kind of what led to Citizens United giving personhood to corporate entities, which then led to, because they used to be quasi entities.
Right. Is this really any different, though, than a person getting elected and turning over their responsibilities to somebody else? I don't mean like officially transferring it, but like somebody else is
assigning
making
agency.
the decisions or whatever.
Yeah. But ultimately, it would be the human.
Equally problematic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If anything, this is downright treasonous behavior, because they don't, and AI doesn't necessarily have the best interests of the city, the state, the country at stake here. They
right.
literally do not have any investment in this because they're not bound to, temporal or physical bonds. They're not tied to humanity or anything. Anyway, I don't want to get all ephemeral about this. They say it's hard for them to talk about the risks of having an AI mayor, says Arvind Narayanan, a Princeton computer scientist or science professor, quoted in the Great Washington Post story. So in a Great Washington Post story, so about this, apparently, yeah. So this comes from Washington Post, it seems. Maybe there's others that are talking about it. NPR is talking about it. Again, Washington Post. CowboyStateDaily.com is another one that's talking about it.
Which we've seen featured before.
Denver 7 talking about it. Laramie County, Wyoming.gov has a press release talking about it. Yeah. I have a problem with this in that AI has no consideration for humanity. So it can make as absurd and irrational a statement and cause of action. And not in the legal sense, cause of well, I mean, it could lead to a cause of action because somebody pushes the button that shuts down all of the oil wells in Wyoming, and boy, you can't have that.
No. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of things that could go wrong with this. Inconvenience all the way to life-threatening.
Yeah, pretty intense. They say that Miller, the person who's running as the meat surrogate, says that it's not a stunt, but maybe
sure seems like one.
It might be cataloged as dumbass. Okay, let's move on to the next article. Technically, I called this something along the... I think I titled this initially in the intro as Civilization 7. We're going to talk about Civilization 7. But the real nuts and bolts of this is that I pulled up... Gamescom was today, that first day of Gamescom. And so I was driving away from ohmTown when I got a text saying, hey, Civilization 7 was just announced. So when I got back to the mayoral mansion, I looked up the price, and it starts at $70 and goes all the way up to $130.
Wow. So I thought 70 was high as a ceiling.
Right.
It's the floor?
Well, I mean, it's both the ceiling and the floor. I mean, if you were to buy it at $130, you get bonus stuff. And nobody really forces you to spend $130 on a game. Some people have. I'm not going to buy Civilization 7. Probably at all, because $70 is outrageous.
It better have like lifetime playability.
Yeah. Oh, right. No, it better make me coffee, wake me up by spooning me in the morning. All kinds of stuff. Turn on the shower, make sure that it's the right temperature. I have tennis shoes. It better shine my tennis shoes. All kinds of stuff for $70. Dear God. Anyway, that's the only reason why I even chose this article, because I wanted to rant about the price. But Civilization is apparently going to look pretty good. Leanna Hofer over at IGN.com put the article together, and it says, there's nothing quite like the moment right before sitting down to see a new Civilization game for the first time, particularly since this is the longest we've ever had to wait for one. And they're happy to say they came away looking pretty positive outlook on Civilization 7. The historical 4X space has gotten a lot more crowded since Civ 6, and it seems apparent Firaxis has been paying attention to what others dipping their toe into the genre have been doing. That leads us to the biggest single change Civ 7 is introducing. It says, like in 2020's Humankind, you won't be playing a single civilization for your entire campaign. So, the scope of which I don't know what this truly is, but again, there is no way it's going to be worth $70 to $130.
I mean, what if it's a forever game?
It's forever not going to be played by Mayor Watt. Leaders themselves remain visually consistent throughout the ages. You won't see Hatshepsut in a pantsuit in modern times, for instance, and they're all civilization agnostic. Bonuses synergize well. It says like Hatshepsut's bonuses synergize well and all of that, but basically leaders and their bonuses synergize well with those of their particular civilization. I find it fun to watch other people play a game like this, but I'm not going to get $70 worth of
I mean,
fun.
you could watch that on YouTube for free, or Twitch. I mean,
Twitch and YouTube for free. I mean, but you know, the joy in paying $70 to $130 is in you playing it to its completion, right? Yep.
I guess.
You know, like running a red light, it's not fun getting just a ticket. You have to make it turn into a felony. Moving on. Next article is over in the Non-Sequitur News channel over on ohmTown.com, and then we're talking about it here in Non-Sequitur News. A Tesla semi crashed and caught fire on a California highway. In the reports that I have read before this was submitted for news, for Non-Sequitur News, was that it had shut down I-80 for over 16 hours because the fire crews could not beat back the heat, and so it had to burn itself out.
Is it because of the battery?
Correct. Yep. So it crashed into trees, caught fire off the side of the highway in California early Monday, causing road closures on I-80 for almost 16 hours, is what it says, reported by KCRA3 News. Cal Fire crews headed to the crash near the site of the Nevada border after 3 a.m. local time. They doused the fire with thousands of gallons of water to cool the lithium-ion EV battery packed down to a manageable target of around 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, thousands of gallons of lithium-laden water have run into the environment.
Excellent. This is one truck.
One truck. Yep. And it will burn until there's no oxygen. And guess where it gets oxygen? Everywhere. So Umar Shakir put the article together for TheVerge.com. I don't know if there's going to be any. This is probably one we need to pay attention to. Electric. So as previously reported by Electric, firefighters doused the Tesla semi with thousands of gallons of water to cool its lithium-ion battery down to 100 degrees Fahrenheit while waiting for the cells to burn out. Around 4 p.m., the crews got the batteries to a safer temperature and began work to move what was left of the semi to Tesla's Gigafactory in Sparks, Nevada. This is why I think that all cars need to be tested. The Cybertruck hasn't been tested. That's why when people slam the door, it falls apart like so much Lego.
Yep. And I think it's kind of weird that the town name is called Sparks.
Oh, too soon. Apropos even, Watashi as, well, Watashi doesn't mean what I just did, but I went through a Japanese language class, and every time the teacher would say I, it was on the nose, Watashi.
Which makes it look like nose means that.
Right. And hence it became canon here in ohmTown. So it's not the first time a big Tesla batteries have caught fire in California, so maybe that's what the problem is. California, move this to Wyoming. You won't have this problem. Company's megawatt.
I mean, especially not with a AI mayor, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. They'll sit there and be very protectionist and say, no competition for the roads, please. Internal combustion engines and oil tankers only. You don't want a Tesla semi battery megawatt power pack blowing up next to all of that oil, because, ooh, doggy, you're going to have a problem. Anyway, 16-hour backup, and who knows the amount of toxicity in the water that was run off, and all of the toxicity from the lithium-ion fire that was burning, sending toxic smoke into the air. Yeah, the stuff that comes out of these batteries is horrid for you. Moving on. Unless you want to say something about it. You want to say something about it?
It's just one of these things. Like, it's supposed to be great to have EVs, but this is one of these behind-the-scenes things that we haven't really thought through.
Nope. Not yet. Not yet. Can you imagine if one of these things lit up in a more confined space?
No, or
civilized
what if it hit a second one? Or, I mean, this is one truck in a, looks like a kind of remote area, but... Yeah, it's one truck. I mean, if it was in civilization when this thing went nuke, all of that lithium-ion smoke... Blech. Moving on. We have to. It's the nature of the show. We have to move on, and sometimes they're not connected in any way. Like this one. Even better when they're not.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we need a respite. So non-sequitur news is where this one is housed. In a leaked recording, Amazon Cloud chief tells employees that most developers could stop coding soon because AI is taking over. AWS or Amazon Web Services CEO Matt Garman, not the Garmin as in the GPS thing.
The GPS,
Garmin,
right? That would be weird.
AWS, different acronym. Shared his thoughts during an internal fireside chat in June. Business Insider obtained recordings of the meeting, and Garmin's comments were kind of an advisory nudge rather than a dire warning to software engineers. Essentially, hey, software engineers, better develop your skills to take advantage of artificial intelligence, because they say here in the article, little snippet that we have, but we link to Business Insider where this is housed. Software engineers may have to develop other skills soon as artificial intelligence takes over many coding tasks. So probably more like project management or managing AI.
Right. Good way to create panic.
There you go. Don't panic, but your job is gone. Eugene Kim, or at least concentrated. And we'll actually get to that as we move down our articles, because our last article or so, maybe second to last, the penultimate one. Yeah, well, we'll get there. Anyway, Eugene Kim over at businessinsider.com put the article together. And let's see if I can get to something here, if it makes any sense. Coding is just kind of like a language that we talk to computers. It's not necessarily the skill in and of itself. The executive said the skill in and of itself is like, how do I innovate? How do I go build something that's interesting for my end users to use? This means the job of software development or developer will change, Garmin said. But then they put in caps, no dire warning, but hey, the house is on fire. In Garmin's case, he was sharing advice rather than issuing a dire warning that developers will go extinct because of AI. His tone was optimistic, suggesting more creative opportunities for developers, just like more jobs, right? Yeah. If you take 250 jobs and replace those jobs with 10 bots that are just as efficient as those 250 humans because they work around the clock nonstop without complaint, and at a lower margin because there's no HR issues and no breaks and no nothing. Guess what? 250 jobs are going to be replaced by 10 bots, or however many I said, because my brain is not functioning. Yeah. We're not going to make new jobs. That's not how it works. Think of us as horses. An AWS spokesperson, Aisha Johnson, told Business Insider that Garmin's comments conveyed opportunities for developers to accomplish more than they do today with new AI tools. All right. She added that there was no indication they expected or he expected a decline in the role of developers. No, everyone is a programmer now. All you have to do is get the AI to write it. NVIDIA CEO
But that doesn't mean you're a quality programmer.
Correct. Yeah, Jensen Huang has said that everyone is a programmer now because of new AI coding assistants. This actually came out during their announcements about a hardware platform expansion and capabilities. So I won't really get into all of the minutia of this. I mean, if you want to, you can just follow the link. I posted them all in the VOD over on Twitch, and they'll be in the show notes over on YouTube. So be sure to check it all out. But in a nutshell, AI is still a thing, and technically it's evolving faster than humans do in its skill set, and it has all of the world's knowledge at its fingertips, just like I tell people day in, day out, for decades now, that you have the ability to obtain the world's information. All you have to do is utilize it. Programmers are going to end up in the same boat, which is if they're not tooled up to use the tools that make fast, effective, cost-effective developer opportunities, they're going to be replaced by people who want that cookie and are training for it actively, you know? So, a little word of warning, academia is developing these processes, utilizing AI. So don't be surprised if you stagnate, you'll be replaced by somebody who utilizes it.
Yeah. All the more reason, though, to be tech savvy.
Yep. At a baseline level. You could sit there and go to a job interview that doesn't necessarily have anything technical involved in it. But if they ask you a technical question and you spit out, well, I can use AI to do blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, you're going to be hired. Unless the people are afraid. Yeah. Yeah. You could be in.
But if you say, what's AI, I think
yeah,
you're going to be in trouble.
They're going to punch you pretty quick. All right, let's keep moving. Don't be afraid of AI.
Some pretty violent job interviews.
Embrace. You mean getting punted?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, soccer. I've said too much. So over in technology today, and that's football, punt. But there's also punting. I mean, you can never mind. Why we're watching the skies for a once-in-a-lifetime cosmic explosion. NASA personnel, astronomers, and regular sky gazers are watching the skies for the upcoming nova. Joe Hindi over at cnet.com put the article together. The deck statement says what I just got done saying. Ooh, for those in the podcast, we're watching.
Oh, that's a cool graphic.
A graphic of something going nova and ooh, and then it zoomed in. Everybody be excited. Oh my gosh. Wait, I can't rewind it either. That's horrible. I want to rewind it. Oh, wait. Here we go. Oh, it's not doing it yet. It's taking too long, and now I'm losing the timing. Oh, never mind. I know, it was just about to start. So back in February 2016, astronomers spread the news that the star system T Coronea Borealis had entered a phase of unprecedented high activity. 8 years later, that solar activity could result in a nova event large enough to be visible from Earth by your own naked eyes. Cover your eyes. They're naked. So I'm going to start up a website, Only Eyes. And
Is it going to be uncovered eyes?
uncovered eyes, yes. Eyes wide open. I'm sure all of those as a domain name are already taken, so whatever. So what will the nova look like? Those fortunate enough to be looking at the night sky when the show starts may be disappointed. It won't look as explosive as it really is. You have to be a lot closer, but it's basically going to look like a bright star and then fade away. They'll see a faint star appear and gradually brighten, and then it'll go away. And it says, of course...
I mean, that might be neat.
It would be neat. Of course, someone on Earth will have their view interrupted as the Earth rotates. But what's cool about it is only those in this lifetime will see that. You know?
Okay, that is cool.
It is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of a thing because, ta-da! But you'll see, everybody will be able to see recordings of it and whatnot. So if the only joy you get is by witnessing it directly, first off, you got a world of hurt coming. Because most of the stuff...
Exactly. It might be cloudy.
Oh, God. Can you imagine that? I've lived my life to do this one thing. And then... do you remember the video about the camera crew had set up to do a recording of the implosion of a building? And the reporter was standing there and everybody was ready and a bus pulls up. Mm-hmm. The implosion takes place and then the bus drives away. And they just sat there like...
They blocked the whole thing.
Dumbfounded. Oh my gosh. There is a light hitting one of my eyes, and it makes it look like I have a digital eye.
Ooh, very high-tech.
Cyberpunky, right? Maybe I do. Anyway, best time to look by eye will be about 1 day into the eruption. But the nova will be visible by eye for a few days, and they say that this NASA video shows what it looks like. You'll be able to follow that link. I don't think it's going to look like that. I
don't think it's going to look as spectacular as in this graphic.
Yeah, and the graphic is like this in the accretion disk around a star. There's another something that's going to blow up, and it's going to be bright. Anyway, cosmic light show is courtesy of T Coronae Borealis, also known as the Blaze Star. The Blaze Star. Or TCRB, which is, to me, it sounds more like a battery type than... that's why it had the red giant. There's a red giant, and then a white dwarf, and it's a binary star system comprising a white dwarf and an ancient red giant about 3,000 light years away from Earth in the northern crown of the Milky Way. It's part of the Corona Borealis constellation that makes a distinctive C shape in the sky, primarily during the summer months. Oh. Anyway, there's a whole lot more to it. There's been other there's been other nova from the star system. In 1946, it's a cycle that's been going on since it was first discovered more than 800 years ago. And quote, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event that will create a lot of new astronomers out there, giving young people a cosmic event that they can observe for themselves, ask their own questions, and collect their own data, said Rebecca Hunsel, an assistant research scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. Quote, again, it'll fuel the next generation of scientists. I agree. There's a whole lot more information over here. So I'm going to encourage you all to go and check it out. Sound good?
It does. I wish we could see it like it's showing on this article.
Okay, wait. Before I actually do go, I want to... Okay, so when will it occur? They say nobody knows for sure, so you just gotta have to stare up at the sky.
Okay, and then you look away for a minute.
Right. So...
How are you supposed to find it then?
Well, I'm going to scroll up and down until we answer all of the questions that might be presented by our random thoughts here in Non Sequitur News. So there is Corona Borealis right next to Arcturus and Hercules. Hercules. Anyway, if you draw a line between M13 and Arcturus, as one does, about halfway through that line, down a little bit, is Corona Borealis.
Of course, if you don't know where those are, it might be tough, but yeah.
And it would probably be better for you to just buy an iPad, buy an astronomy app.
One of those apps, yes.
Like Night Sky or something, and use it to find Corona Borealis. Because that's what I'll be doing. I mean, I already have the iPad, but anyway. Let's move on. This next article is in Policy Metrics, which is a channel that discusses basically policy, and it evaluates it and discusses it. And sometimes it draws attention to the fact that there's some pretty dipshit policy out there. Like Disney withdraws arbitration motion in Disney restaurant wrongful death case after bad publicity. They should have done it before the bad publicity, but hey, you know.
I agree. I mean, this was so foreseeable. We just talked about this a couple of days ago.
Yep. So I was waiting for this. We should have actually been taking some kind of bet, but we don't really bet more than $1 here in ohmTown.
But we usually say about 24 hours or something, and it was pretty close.
Yeah, it was about 24 to 48 hours, right? And this next one that we've been talking about was about the judge who basically treated a teenage girl as if she was a felony or a felon. And I think that person should probably be punted as well. So reports Philip Marcello of the Associated Press, and they've got a link embedded in their article, and we don't change any of that stuff. This isn't the first time the company has changed course in an arbitration demand after adverse publicity. Really what they need to do is just go, is mom going to be pissed by this policy? And if mom's going to be pissed by this policy, just don't use it. Change it. Change it. Just take your policy and show it to mom. Mom, we wrote this policy on a napkin. Can you?
I mean, who made the decision here to apply the streaming trial to somebody's death?
Wells Fargo had actually won a motion to send a case to arbitration arising out of its unauthorized account scandal back in 2016 before settling its class action for more than $100 million. It's pretty clear that businesses understand that arbitration clauses are seen as unfair and will insist on them only when they can do so without public attention, which is another argument against arbitration clauses. It's revealing when businesses take one course, I guess. So the article is over at Public Citizen or citizen.org. And none of this makes any sense. Because like I said, if you were to sit there and say out loud to another human being, let's say your mom, hey, I've got this policy, and the policy says that I can apply it pretty much anywhere. But here's the context. A person died. Don't even have to give anything else. But we want to invalidate any of their claims.
You get laughing out loud in response.
Yeah.
If they understood what you were saying.
Yep. So it's revealing when businesses take one course in public and opposite course in private. As Justice Brandeis famously said, sunlight is the best of disinfectants, because they finish this article. It's a very brief article because they really are pointing you to the Associated Press article. But they end this entire paragraph with arbitration thrives in the shadows. And that's a riff off of something that I say. Well, not a direct, they don't know what I say. I'm sure Public Citizen doesn't know who Mayor Watt is, but I say abuse happens in the dark. Other places have said things like democracy dies in the dark and other things. But in the dark, you know, when nobody knows what's going on, abuse happens. You know, people get away with shit because nobody is looking. Now you can have the flip side, which is abusive as well. You know, dystopian monitoring and damn near oppressive nanny state kind of processing of everything that you can possibly do. But one is looking out for your well-being, and one is trying to take advantage of you, abuse you, harm you to their own unethical benefit. So I'm glad that they're backing off of this. But for crying out loud, nobody should have filed that arbitration clause at all.
No. They probably went through multiple people before that happened.
Right. Yeah. And some partner in a law firm somewhere or in-house counsel should have said, this is probably going to turn into a Streisand effect. But no press is bad press. Moving on. Somebody was running away with scissors or something like that because scissors went missing and an entire airport was shut down. Missing pair of scissors brought an international airport in Japan to a standstill last Saturday. The unusual security situation at a New Chitose, I guess? Chitose? How is that pronounced? Chitose? Sure. Airport in Hokkaido forced 36 flights to be canceled, 201 flights to be delayed, according to BBC reports. Considering a winter storm pushed Southwest Airlines into scheduling conflicts, what was going on? The scissors were found the next day in the same store where they were lost.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't get it. It's scissors.
Hey, come on. That's akin to a tactical nuclear weapon on a plane. Ryan Eric King from Jalopnik put this article together, but it was posted at quartz@qz.com, so go check that out. But really, the whole thing
Here's a dumb question. Why do they sell scissors in airports?
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't for sale. It was being used to open things.
Oh, like in the store or something, yeah.
And because they went missing, it was a security breach. And all hell breaks loose. So now they're going to have those, they're going to have it tied to like a tire wheel, right? Like the hub.
Oh, right. Like when they have a bathroom key attached to something that weighs 10 pounds.
Yeah, but it's going to be an airline tire, like one that falls off a Boeing. We found it out on the tarmac, so we attached it to the pair of scissors.
Nice.
Anyway. The scissors went missing from a store past the terminal security checkpoint, according to 1 mile at a time, which maybe we want to pay attention to that sometime. As a result, authorities forced every passenger to go back through security again in an attempt to find the implement. The second screening was lengthy and tedious as everyone filed through the checkpoint at once. However, the scissors weren't found and the airport resumed operations 2 hours later. Wow. An airport worker found the scissors the next day in the same store where they'd gone missing. The scissors weren't merchandise, as most airports don't allow sharp implements to be publicly available beyond the checkpoint for security reasons. And then they still say they were likely a tool left by staff that went missing. A tool.
Would you feel bad if you worked there and had moved the scissors in the store and caused multiple flights to be canceled and all this?
I don't know what I would think, man. Can you imagine that, though? So who lost the scissors? Everybody's pointing at everybody else.
Exactly.
You're all fired.
I mean, that's a little different than some sort of small wrinkle. Yeah. That's affecting worldwide air traffic.
Oh, yeah. The knock-on effect to other airlines and stuff like that. Oh, God.
Right.
Pretty wild. All right. Let's move on. I'm excited for this one, but it's only in China right now. So Pico motion trackers add leg tracking and use a clever calibration technique. That clever calibration technique is actually 12 infrared LEDs on each Pico motion tracker. It says like Sony's Mocopi or Mocopi or something like that. I think it's called Mocopi. Each Pico motion tracker features an inertial measurement unit, or an IMU, containing a tiny accelerometer and a gyroscope, but unlike other IMUs, the Pico motion trackers feature 12 infrared LEDs each that are tracked by the headset for 2 purposes. So let's go right on over to Upload VR. David Henney at Upload VR put the article together. And so I have the Pico 4s. The Pico 4 Ultras are coming out the same time these drop. The piece of hardware has 2 things going for it. It says, firstly, they're used to enable rapid initial calibration. That's the LEDs, where you simply stand still and look down. And then from then on, they're used to provide 6 degrees of freedom positional tracking wherever or whenever a tracker is within view of one of the headset's tracking cameras. When they're not in view of the cameras, the IMU is fed into a skeletal model to produce plausible but imperfect estimated leg poses based on the relative rotations and forces of each tracker. They say it's an interesting hybrid approach that they haven't seen used for leg tracking before. Essentially, and they kind of give a demonstration. You look down, it starts tracking, and then from that point on, it has inertial data that's being sent. But then every once in a while, if you have to look down or come within range of the sensors seeing those trackers or the LEDs, it sorry for hitting the mic. It recalibrates real quick and recenters, well, not really recenters, but it repositions itself so it's back on target. ByteDance, the company that makes it, ByteDance, claims an average position error of 5 centimeters, which is about an inch. An average angle of error as low as 6 degrees and an accuracy of not less than 98% for stepping action judgment and restoration with a latency of less than 20 milliseconds.
That sounds really good.
You'd definitely actually,
can you
5
scroll
centimeters
up or down? It just keeps repeating the same
video.
Yeah,
you don't want to just keep looking at the same thing over and over again. Anyway, 5 centimeters is actually 2 inches for some reason. Like 2.5 is 1 inch. For whatever reason, my brain just said, Anyway, each tracker weighs 27 grams, offers a claimed 25 hours of battery life, can be charged via USB-C. Anything not using USB-C is probably something that should be thrown into a fire pit.
A little old school.
Yeah. And the Pico motion trackers are going to be available for pre-order for about $60, but it's in China. They're going to be shipping September 2nd, which is the same time the Pico 4 Ultra headset is going to launch. And that has added features, but won't talk about that kind of stuff until Reality Hacker, probably. And they're supposed to support natively VR chat and connect to Pico Connect PC VR streaming app, which you basically use to connect your PC to the Pico for wireless communications. I use something else.
This sounds really neat.
Yeah, I like that. And that's what they look like right there, folks. Just put them on your ankles. And now I want it in more places because you can actually get multiple tracking beacons, and like it can bend your knees, it can be placed on your hips, on your elbows, on your shoulders, and you get greater fidelity with other tracking systems. But then you have to have a wireframe that supports it. Not everything does that. So this is kind of the lowest common denominator to get you moving in VR space. Or at least playing soccer.
Right, but please make sure you have a good space before you do this.
Yep. You gotta kick some walls and be sure to secure your pets. Otherwise you'll kick them periodically too. But hey, they learn real fast. Moving on, next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Broadcom purchased VMware, and I said at the time, oh crap. And that is a technical term meaning, oh crap. Because mergers and acquisitions are pretty notorious for firing a bunch of people, and because money was given to somebody else and no real direct earning return, they have to raise rates to recapitalize their coffers in the shortest amount of time. And so they're going to try and do it within 3 years. So VMware customers say that there's a massive price hike since Broadcom's acquisition. The title
Prices
of this,
always go up and quality goes down.
correct. Yeah. So the title of this article's headline is VMware customers report massive price increases since Broadcom takeover. Feels quite a bit like being held for ransom. And here's the thing. They're doing away with perpetual licenses. And the quotes that I am hearing are ranging from 2 times their last year's subscription rate to 10 times last year's subscription rate. And it depends on what you have, who you are, what your perceived value is, because the people that I've spoken to have said that they have this, and now it's this price, and then somebody else says, well,
It's like
I have
the
that.
2 people with Amazon, right, in different
Correct.
locations.
Yeah, variable pricing. That's what it seems like, but I could be wrong, I suppose. But so VMware customers report seeing massive price hikes since Broadcom acquired VMware late last year, with some paying as much as 10 times. Oh, they say it in the article. I hadn't read any of this yet.
Yeah, okay.
Interesting. One corporate VMware customer told Business Insider that they saw a 175% increase in price and feel that they have no choice but to pay up and plan ahead because switching to another service isn't easy. True. So let's go over to Business Insider. Rosalie Chan and Ashley Stewart put the article together, and this is the Broadcom CEO. Essentially, what else I've heard is that what they're doing is trying to get away with. They're trying to get.
This is a weird still photo.
Yeah, it's probably a video still. What they're trying to do is trim the fat of high maintenance but low return on investment customers so that they can charge only the big dogs a shit ton of money and recapitalize as fast as possible. But a lot of people purchased perpetual licenses, which means there's no more money being made except for support. But now they've invalidated. They've basically said no more subscription licensing. Whatever you've got. And at least one person that I've read their comment on Reddit said that the Broadcom rep said, if your server crashes and you reinstall, that's in violation of the terms and conditions of the purchase, because you're purchasing it for that CPU and you installed it on that CPU. Or because you installed it on that CPU, the license is for that CPU, which is just garbage. Anyway,
Yeah.
VMware customers, go ahead.
Just a way to get more out of the customers, right?
Yep. And so they're increasing the friction to the point where you just bow out and you go somewhere else, finding that hypervisor so that you can tell VMware to kiss your butt is going to be pretty tough. By the way, they've also killed the academic licensing, so you can't even use it in an academic lab at a reasonable rate. In fact,
Wow.
that has changed several times over the years. But Microsoft did similar stuff with other tools that it offered as well. Because now Broadcom
Yeah, but it
can
doesn't make it okay just because other companies have done it.
No, not at all. No. So Dave Russell, Senior Vice President and Head of Strategy at Veeam, said that his company saw a 300% price increase in VMware products it's using. That's in line with what he's heard from customers, some of whom have reported even higher prices. Correct. I've seen and read and heard from others. So Hinckley said CloudBot's customers have seen VMware price increases ranging from 140 to 600%. Now, percentages are kind of a bitch because, you know, raising $100 to $140, 40% increase, but we're not talking about $100. We're talking about thousands of dollars.
So these are even more exorbitant.
Yeah.
So that's hard to have such a high percentage on a high value to begin with.
Correct. Yep. So one executive even told them that they saw a 10-fold price increase. And CloudBolt surveyed 300 IT decision makers in May and found that 73% of them expected a price hike of at least 100% from Broadcom after the acquisition of VMware. It also found that 95 have considered this acquisition to have a disruptive impact on their IT strategy. And I can tell you anecdotally that everybody that I know is moving away as fast as possible. And one person suggested that this was coming close to 8 months prior. So I don't know if they had insider information of some kind. But,
right. That sounds like it.
But I don't know them enough to like broach that. So they say some customers may want to discontinue using VMware products and will require support as they transition to a new solution like Nutanix and Microsoft Docker, Kubernetes, open source. But there are others. You'll have to look around, find something that your IT infrastructure can support. Professionals might be able to support. But it's going to be more expensive, upwards of 2 times or more per year, because you no longer have perpetual licensing. So basically, they're going to keep...
when they change the terms after the fact.
Yeah. Well, and like what they're doing, they're not really changing the terms because you have the perpetual license, so you can use it. But if they ever push an update, they're saying one person that I read online said that they were told that even updates in the current version, which is part and parcel to your perpetual license, goes to your perpetual license. But now, if you don't renew and turn into a subscription, they can deny you access to the updates within the version you're in, which is just batshit crazy contract violation. So yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting situation. And frankly, it's because the beast in this is Broadcom has so much money that they could do this, and they're dissociated from reality because they're invulnerable. They cannot be touched.
Right, and they don't really care if they lose some customers.
Right, because they're going to make so much money from the rest.
Because they'll be back.
Yep. So everybody's going to be talking to either their consultancies that advise them or their in-house their in-house professionals for advice about which direction to go. And frankly, I think everybody should just jump ship. But there's some things that really it's built around VMware infrastructure, including solutions that ohmTown uses. So, yep. Anyway, at the same time, Ramaswamy said that the changes are a major opportunity for Nutanix to obtain more VMware customers. Dell has long been strongly partnered with VMware, even announced a new partnership with Nutanix in May. So that's where a lot of people are going to be going. Some other hypervisor that has the same functionality. And those that don't have the same functionality as VMware are going to be fast-tracking development of solutions that facilitate it.
Exactly. Now's the time to strike.
Yep. Let's keep going. But all things feeding into the profit model, right? You know what you need when you're really working hard to jack up prices? You need some food. So let's go to Subway, where even $5 footlongs are now $15 footlongs because customers want Subway's old deal back, and that ain't coming. 5 deal.
What a ridiculous increase in price.
Yeah, they're saying now that Subway's footlongs can run anywhere from around $8 to $15. And the conversation that I had with the last owner of a Subway said, when I said, the sandwiches kind of look like crap when they're handed to customers, they said, well, we could make it look like the commercials, but it takes too long. I don't think that's it. So
they're
this article,
giving up.
Yeah, I'm going to be really short with this because I didn't log in. I really don't log into all of the articles. You can go over there, check it out. But the nuts and bolts of this, it's over at marketwatch.com. Weston Blasey and Charles Passy put the article together. The deck statement says the $5 deal made famous by a memorable jingle ended in 2014. 10 years later, Subway's footlongs can now run anywhere from around $8 to $15. And they never look like this. Never.
No, you gotta mash them a little more. And
yeah, kind of run over them with the tire that's holding that pair of scissors at the airport.
it reminds me of the Taco Bell lawsuit.
Oh yeah, they don't look like this, and they won. So the article kind of fades away, but it says the chain's regular customers are none too happy about the inflationary state of affairs. But it may or may not be. You have to look at the profits of Subway to determine if it is a problem within Subway or if it's a problem with the increased price from the supply side. They have suppliers that are supplied by suppliers that are supplied by the actual suppliers. And they have consolidated to the point where they know that they're in the market control stage. They can raise the prices because there's enough money in the economy that it trickles down all that way. And everybody is going to raise the price proportionately to what they think is safe, or they're going to lose some customers. That's standard pricing business practices. Do I think it's sociopathic and damn near criminal at times? Yes. So what do you do about it? Well, you go vegetarian. You grow your own microgreens. You can make your own cheese from milk. You're lactose intolerant as a human anyway, except when you're an infant. And buy local, because there aren't massive leaps feeding a whole bunch of supply chain crap that raises prices with each step. And you don't have to worry about diesel fuel that went from $1.50 back in the 80s to $5 now in 2024. And they use a ton of it to get from point A to point B. So buy local. And so that's why I promote things like micro farms in communities. And when people, everything is connected. I'm not going to jump on that soapbox. But the reason why prices are so high is because there's supply chain from concentrated centers of production out like tendrils out to the various places. And it used to be that competition drove prices down, but it's way too consolidated for that right now.
Well, yeah, you have to have competition, right, for that to happen.
Yep. Yep. And it's almost, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the companies are verticals. Like the people that are the warehouse, the company that is the warehouse is actually owned by the company that drives the trucks that deliver it to McDonald's, and McDonald's on paper owns all of them, all the way down to the farm in Wisconsin. Wouldn't be surprised. I'd have to do a whole bunch of digging.
Right. I mean, that probably makes sense for companies, but it doesn't necessarily help. I mean, it could help the consumer, but it doesn't necessarily.
And I'll put it to you this way. It's exactly what happened with Disney. Disney wanted to get into streaming, so they looked at what Netflix did. Somebody told Disney, Bob Iger, about the infrastructure company that built the streaming platform for Netflix. Disney became a lower level investor, and then a minority investor, and then a majority investor, and then bought it, and now it's Disney Plus. So anyway, mergers and acquisitions. Pretty soon we're going to have to pick a side. Which corporation do you want to be protected
Well, how many
by?
are going to be left?
Yeah, Taco Bell, baby. All right, so that is the end of Non Sequitur News. I want to thank everybody who's hanging out in chat and hanging over on YouTube and downloading the podcast and going over to the Discord.
And on Twitch.
And Twitch and YouTube's and Patreon and TikTok and Twitch. Did I say Twitch? Okay, anyway.
Well, no, you didn't.
I'm Mayor Watt. Production value is at an all-time low right now. Oh, here. I'll give a hint about the upcoming show. Hey, look. It involves... Look at that. Wow. Shh. Don't tell anyone. I'm Mayor Watt. That's the Sentient AI from the future saying whatever they want to say.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Stay tuned for another episode tomorrow.
Place in ohmTown. Hello everybody and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 19th, 2024. It's season 3, episode 232. I am Mayor Watt and the Sentient AI from the future is here with me.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
Welcome to Sequitur News. Today we're going to be talking about Delta reviewing draft boarding. It's the NASCAR of airlines. A robot taking your job the morning after. And artificial shark skin. And how about Tesla is paying to take human jobs? And a Ponzi scheme salesman. And recalling a cop car. How about a rail construction project? Shows fully financed by brands. Prehistoric, supernatural figure paintings, the stuff NaNoWriMos are made of, folks. And how about finally, I just titled this gas station charging $8.59 per gallon, and then in really tiny little print, and it doesn't want to hear you bitch about it. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com and all of the news that gets aggregated into it, and then we vamp, kind of riff, just react to the news, and hopefully you enjoy the show and my mental breakdown. You know what? So, production values, folks. Oh my gosh. I really don't know what's going on with this. But I guess I'm going to have to reboot everything after the show. That's okay. By the way, after the show, we actually do a weekly replay of all of the shows for that week. Now it includes the weekend shows, now that we're all caught up. And so what you're going to see is 5 to 7 non sequitur news and all 6 of the weekend shows. And so in a 24-hour cycle, you're going to see 22 hours roughly of news going around twice, because about an hour before the show actually starts with a new episode, I shut it down and prepare everything for, well, apparently production value at its lowest. I don't know what's going on, honestly. I have a little switch that allows me to control when the intro and the outro plays. and it's decided. Oh, and my lights have stopped working too.
And the switch is switching off.
The switch has decided to take the evening off. Well, that doesn't stop us from actually going through the news, so I hope you all enjoy the show. And then afterward, it'll get ported over to YouTube as an episode within the Non Sequitur News playlist, because the live play doesn't quite show up like that. It doesn't work like that. It's kind of nutty. And it'll end up as a podcast, hopefully the same night. If I fast track it and I don't put copious show notes in, then it is the same hour. But anyway, let's get into this. First article is over on Non Sequitur News. Delta is reviewing how a man was able to follow a family onto the wrong plane. Yeah.
What I don't get, and we've talked about in previous articles, it's hard enough to get on the plane when you're a valid ticketed passenger.
Right. Yeah. Oh, wait. I thought you were saying more. I was messing with my mic. So, yeah. And what's really funny about this, and not so funny, is that if you spend any time at a gate, you can see why this actually takes place. Because they don't look at Jack. I'll just say that alone. They don't look at Jack. Stuff. Jack stuff. Jack be quick. Hey, if you want all of the show notes, type !NSN in the chat, and that'll pull up from ohmTown, the bot that controls our presence in the channels over on YouTube and Twitch. Although it's not connected to ohmTown right now. Still, it refuses to, but I'll make it work. I'll get it working this week, maybe. Anyway, Delta Airlines said in a review that it's reviewing an incident when a man ticketed for a different flight was able to make it on a different aircraft. Maybe the person looked like a toddler and was able to just slipstream right on in.
You know, I don't quite get it.
So I refer to it as draft boarding, which is basically you get really close to the person and the people who are supposed to be paid to pay attention to this shit. I mean, this stuff. Sorry. The E will be on this episode. It usually is anyway, but whatever. So, you can see it. If I were to sit down at any gate, I would be able to flag these people, nearly every single person going through. If they hear the beep, have a good day. Beep, have a good day. Beep, have a good day.
Yeah, it should be so easy. But also the way they have a lot of the gates configured, I think it's not just them not looking at the tickets. I think it's kind of easy for somebody to sneak past the line because they're sometimes kind of sideways or backwards to the gate.
Yep. There's no real gate. It's basically, if you can, it's a cattle call. It's basically a cattle call. Everybody just goes through. They stick their hand out. If there's a beep, good. I don't think anybody checks behind me. And I don't think that I'm particularly a large human being. But if there's two people, beep, beep, the third person could slipstream right on in. Yeah. So the incident in question happened at Washington Dulles International Airport. Good Morning America team apparently posted this, but it's over at, we get it from abcnews.go.com. There's actually a video. Mom claims man with wrong boarding pass followed family onto plane. And it says Lauren Benton says she noticed a man following her family onto the row of her plane that she was boarding onto. So they said, heart started beating immediately. I didn't know what this man's intentions were. He was standing in the ladies' room washing his hands. I was immediately alarmed. Well, that person should never have made it out of the ladies' bathroom. Security should have been all over it.
But they probably didn't report it.
Benton said she tried to keep her distance, but when the family boarded the plane, the same man boarded as well and sat down right in their row. So this is very stalkerish, you know?
It is, although it's kind of unusual for a family to be stalked. But it does sound like that.
So they eventually confront the person. Hey, is this really your seat? And the man says, yes, it's my seat. The stewardess, I would say flight attendant, requested to see the man's boarding pass. He was unable to produce it. The unidentified passenger was then escorted off the plane, and according to the TSA, there was no security violation since he had a valid ID and boarding pass for a different flight that day. That is a security violation, for crying out loud.
That's exactly. I mean, that's trying to represent that you're able to get on that flight and you're not.
Right. If they wouldn't have asked to see the boarding pass and just accepted it at face value of the statement,
or they just said, could you move us or whatever, like a lot of things, that person would have ended up taking the flight.
Yep. And who knows? So we don't know what the end game of this was, because the passenger exited the aircraft and returned to the terminal to continue their journey. So as I tell people, both digitally and in the real world, you need to pay attention to your surroundings and follow your gut instincts. And if your gut instincts don't evolve and you just haphazardly let things happen, then eventually you'll just be a victim. And you really should pay attention to the world around you.
This one is interesting because on other ones that we've seen, I don't think the people have been ticketed, and so it was several layers that seemed to have failed. On this one, presumably they were doing okay till they hit the gate. I mean, assuming it was, for Delta and in the same terminal, etc. But
yeah,
it does look different than a lot of the ones we've seen in the news recently.
So we lose a little bit of context because we don't know if the boarding pass actually had that airline, that seat, just different flight.
Or even that airport. I mean, who knows? It could have been it made it sound like it was for something. Oh yeah, they said for a different flight that day, but what if it was from a different airport and it landed in that airport or something? I don't know.
Yeah, there's some missing context here, and TSA isn't going to say jack about it. So it's really incumbent on you. You shouldn't show your boarding pass if it's electronic. Minimize the ability for somebody to shoulder surf and take a picture of it, because we've seen that. We've seen people slipstream or draft is what I call it. It's called draft boarding. That's the term that I'm calling it. I don't know what they really call it, but if you shimmy up right next to somebody, then they can shadow you in. They can draft their way in. It's the same thing with with physical security into a building. You don't allow anybody to draft behind you. You literally, it does not matter. They could be sharing the same freaking office with you. You don't know the context of why the former colleague may not have been allowed back in the building.
Have an authorized access anymore.
Right.
I think another term for it is called piggybacking.
Yep, piggybacking is the term that is more approachable. But so you literally just stop people and say, you're not allowed in until you actually show your pass. And that works for a couple of other reasons. One is security and safety of the overall establishment. And the second is to establish who is inside the facility at any given time. Should an emergency break out, they have all of the parties that are inside a building.
That's true. People don't really think about that piece of it, I don't think.
Yeah. And so that's even why when you're a visitor, you should check in. Now, this doesn't happen with free flow traffic, but security operations, you should always check in. But anyway, I thought this was an interesting article because it did contain a little bit of context, but not enough really for us to make an educated decision about what really happened here, other than a weirdo got onto a plane, claimed that they belonged in the seat. But Delta reviewing how a man who followed a family onto an aircraft boarded the wrong plane belies the other statement that the guy was in the women's bathroom and followed that woman. Yeah,
there's more to this. Like, this wasn't a random, there is no way they'd end up on the same airplane as that person. Like, it was more targeted, which is even more alarming.
Yep. It's weird. So hopefully security actually investigated that aspect of it and disarmed this person's whatever psychological break might have been taking place. But it doesn't seem like they just went about their day after disembarking. So
yeah, I feel like this isn't the end of it.
Yep. So the boarding pass matched up with the person, but it certainly didn't match up with the flight that they were boarding that time.
But that doesn't make sense, because when they scan it, and it, even if it's like off kilter or something, even if it's correct, it won't scan correctly, and they make you rescan it.
They didn't beep. They drafted behind the family.
Oh, that's right. That's right. But then they just happen to have something on their person that kind of satisfied the immediate inquiry.
Yeah, but that's why I think that there's something else going on here, because they made it into the flight, they made it into the airport, they made it into the women's bathroom, even though they're male. They followed the woman onto the plane. The family confronted them. They get called out and they leave, but the TSA or whoever, security, doesn't do something with them. Yeah, this is weird. And more than just... It should be a TSA investigation, not the airline.
Right. There's an airline, an aviation type issue. There's a potentially criminal component because of the stalking type aspect.
Yep. Yeah. Somebody failed to do some due diligence here because something could have happened. Right? The weirdo was basically casing that family, in my estimation, but we don't know who the other person is. So let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. You'll need to teach this $16,000 humanoid robot how to make breakfast. That's why I titled this, "The Robot is Taking Your Job the Morning After." Robots capable of performing human-like tasks have so far been relegated to laboratories, factories, and captivating YouTube demos. But Unitree is readying its G1 humanoid robot for mass production with a $16,000 price tag that somehow feels both expensive and reasonable for a robot that looks this capable, as spotted by New Atlas, which we should probably pay attention to. I think we already do, but rarely actually aggregate. So the Unitree G1 is an upgraded and production-ready version of the H1 humanoid bot the Chinese company debuted only a year ago. The article, oh my god, this is both awesome and creepy.
Yeah. So I don't like that it folds.
Yeah, there's something weird about that. What's in your briefcase? A humanoid robot that's going to take over the planet. This isn't your Terminator body, right? That's not what identifies as your Terminator body?
No.
Okay. I know you won't tell me what it is, but at least you can tell me what it isn't. So Unitree has revealed a production-ready version of its... No, not of its G1 humanoid robot. It's H1. They have the... This is kind of wonky, right? Their robot is... Their non-production-ready version is H1. Their production-ready version is the G1, but the way that the sentence is constructed, you know what? I shouldn't do grammar check on this. Anyway,
well,
but don't
and
expect.
Also, this might be a language, right? This isn't an English, or excuse me, an American company.
Yeah, well, I mean, the company isn't, but the author is Andrew Lazuski. They're from TheVerge.com. So the deck statement...
I know, but that might explain why the different versions don't really match with what we would think.
No, that's not it. So the manufacturing version is called H1, and they've modified it to be a production-ready version, and it's called the G1. But this sentence, if you read it... Anyway, I just got to move on. So the Unitree G1 is an upgraded and production-ready version of the H1 humanoid bot that the Chinese company debuted a year ago, powered by an unnamed 8-core high-performance CPU. The G1 features 23 degrees of freedom through powerful joints in its arms, legs, torso. What's interesting about this, though, is that the technology that's being used for joints in this is old school compared to what's being put in production now. There's a completely different type of servo being used for joints in in the nudist. Don't
Wow.
worry, that's
Lots
coming.
are moving quickly into new realms.
Hey, it's coming. So, oh my gosh, hold on a second. Let me check something real quick. I just got to see if it's actually free, and then I'll... Oh, somebody registered it. Doggone it. I can't even say the domain name because then somebody might actually buy it because it's been purchased.
Right. Yeah,
Anyway.
don't mention it.
So the stumps on the ends of the H1's arms have been replaced with 3-fingered hands on the G1, which have been demonstrated to be dexterous enough to solder wires, handle delicate objects, and even flip foods in a frying pan. So you'll be able to teach this thing how to make eggs in the morning. $16,000.
I mean, that's one of the most critical skills for a robot, particularly if it's going to be in your house.
That does not look family friendly.
No, not particularly.
This looks like you're going to have metal fragments in your eggs. Anyway.
Still might be safer than some of the recent food recalls.
Oof. Too soon. We better keep moving. It's a 77-pound robot, 2-hour, 9,000 milliamp hour battery pack attached. I have two 27,000 milliamp hour battery packs that I could daisy chain onto this thing and it would run for a month. Not quite, but anyway.
And then you have the problem of you want the robot to power down.
No, never. I will worship at the... Never mind. So, while Spot can be purchased for $74,500, the Unitree Go 2 starts at $1,600? Must be a little bot. These are quadruped robots. Boston Dynamics, though, oof, that is an amazing amount of money. $75,000 for a quadruped. But what is it capable of? Apparently you can bolt a machine gun onto it, so...
I mean, for everybody's everyday needs.
Yep, they say it's not going to be Rosie. Rosie the robot from the Jetsons. Moving on. Next article is over at Four Wheel Tech, which this is about Lufthansa, so I guess for many more than 4 wheels.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many wheels are on an airplane?
It depends on its weight. So Lufthansa is using artificial shark skin to streamline airplanes. Companies are often caught between wanting to cut emissions but also grow profits. But for airlines, these two are imperatives. It says actually align, because if they want more money, they have to cut emissions. So cutting carbon emissions, not even carbon emissions, but cutting
just emissions,
inefficiencies, right? Means burning less fuel and spending less money buying fuel. That's why Lufthansa has been copying a trick from the animal kingdom, applying a special film that mimics shark skin to parts of its aircraft. And so there is a company out there that actually creates a thing called shark skin. And what it's supposed to do is smooth out the vortices of water, and because air is nothing more than a very low viscosity liquid, it works even in the skies. So when it comes to decarbonization, reducing the emissions of air travel is both a high priority and something of a difficult task. So, oh look, they even use that as a analogy for the... Interesting. So, copying a trick from the animal kingdom can help cut aircraft emissions. Jonathan M. Gitlin over at ArsTechnica.com put the article together. They really shouldn't do this, but a plane in the water is not a good image for people.
No, that seems a little too soon.
And I guess the first time a Lufthansa with shark skin coating on it ends up in the drink, people are going to go, well, that's ironic.
Yeah, exactly.
So synthetic carbon fuels are obviously a great interest to the aviation sector, but they have their own problems. Biofuels can divert cropland away from feeding humans because it's coming from like corn, and direct air capture of carbon dioxide to turn it into methane is massively energy intensive and extremely expensive, but it's changing. And there's fundamental research that's perpetually going to do this. So there's actually some researchers that have used solar power to ignite this carbon to methane transfer process, and they actually say that it's very, very efficient now, but they have to scale it up, and some of that physics breaks. Anyway, so it's extremely difficult to rival the volumetric energy density of jet fuel, which contains almost 50 times as much megajoules per liter than alternatives like hydrogen, ethanol, or lithium-ion batteries, without the weight. So that's less of a problem for ground or sea transportation. And then they say the very next sentence, where weight and volume is less important. I could almost write the article. So
Maybe you did.
I did not. Maybe in another dimension. I am Jonathan M. Gitlin. No, I'm not. Anyway, 9,000 square feet of the plane's surface, along with the fuselage and also the engine nacelles, will be covered with shark skin or sheets of aero shark film or shark skin, which mimics the scales on actual shark skin with 50 micron thick riblets that reduce friction by minimizing the turbulent boundary layer. Which is what I said. Why do I know about this? Because I've already done some of this research in previous years where I learned about shark skin, this technology. And so by removing these vortices so that it doesn't create like a static low pressure, the air just flows quickly over the skin and doesn't actually generate any heat or drag. And that heat and drag are the same thing because it's creating resistance layers. So it's pretty cool. They even refer to something else that I had read about a long time ago. The approach had helped Olympic swimmers cut through the water more easily because they made a suit out of this stuff.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, I mean, I guess every little bit helps, particularly if you're going a significant distance.
Yeah, my understanding is that became a problem. They basically said, well, this isn't about the human skill, it's about technological evolution. So I don't know if that actually turned into anything later, but that was some of the conversation.
But I don't know how that makes sense because of like advances in cycle design or other things where it's not the person.
See, but usually with, well, even with bikes, they complained, remember? Because they covered up the wheel wells.
That's right. That's right.
But usually there's a weight. There's a constraint that's put in place. And so the swimmers had a unique suit that was not available to anybody else. And so some people got bent out of shape about it. So pretty cool. Lowering the friction allows the planes to be more efficient, effective. And instead of it actually, like, they riff off of this. Well, we're trying to save the planet, but it's always about buying less fuel, which means that the margins can be greater for profitability, even though they have billions in profits.
Yeah, but I mean, this seems like one of these things that they could really spin into. We're eco-friendly, or, you know, you should fly with us.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing, but, you know, there's always that undercurrent, which is ironic because water, air, resistance. Moving on.
Right, you're not supposed to have much of one with this.
Yeah, nothing but friction. I've got so much paperwork that I need to turn in, and it's almost like the paperwork is I need shark skin as a tool to make this paperwork go away. But I feel like it's intentional. Anyway, non sequitur news is the next article. Tesla is paying up to $48 per hour for people to wear motion capture suits to help train its humanoid Optimus robot, which will take the jobs of the very people that are training it eventually.
Quite possibly.
So I hope that $48 is invested somewhere so that you have residuals in perpetuity, because with every robot that humans teach, it's taking a gerb. So Tesla is hiring data collection operators for up to 40, which is such a BS name for people walking around. You know what? Just put it on a bunch of VTubers, for crying out loud, you know, in VR suits, and capture the data.
Well, if they're smart, they're going to sign up for that because they're probably already doing it, and then they'll get paid for that time.
You know, really popular ones make more than $48 an hour. I can guarantee that.
Well, I'm sure, but I just mean it's on top of whatever else they're doing.
Sure, that's right. Yeah. Oh, I guess they can do it while they're streaming so they can make money. Yeah.
Exactly.
I heard you like money, so I had you make money with your money to make money with your money. So experts say Tesla aims to gather vast amounts of data to train the robot for generalized tasks, willing to spend hours on end in a motion capture suit, which it's not that big of a deal. Tesla's paying up to $48 per hour for the role to advance the technological replacement of humanity. So Grace K over at businessinsider.com put the article together. I'm trying to see if I can, this bot doesn't have it either, but I'll show you. Maybe one of these bots. I mean, we're talking about a bunch of stuff today, but maybe I can show you after the show what the new servo-like componentry is, because it isn't hinged like this. It's wild.
Oh, it's getting much more fluid or something.
Yes, yeah. I'll show you.
Oh, aka creepy.
The creepy component, advanced when that Boston Dynamics bot stood up and said, "I'm gonna kick your butt."
Turned around.
Yeah, give me your wallet and your girlfriend, and here I'm gonna kick sand in your face, and I'm gonna kick your face. So over the past year, Tesla has hired dozens of workers to train its humanoid robot Optimus, because nothing is original. Using motion capture suits, according to data from LinkedIn, Musk first announced Tesla's plans to create a humanoid robot named Optimus in 2021, again, because nothing is original. I'm surprised he didn't refer to it as Optimus Prime. D-bag.
I bet he tried to, and probably somebody shut that down.
Hasbro said nope. He'd probably do a $12 billion loan so that he can put another $40 billion and buy Hasbro. Anyway, in June, Tesla said that it deployed 2 of the Optimus robots at one of its factories, and it appears Tesla has been hiring employees to work alongside the robots as it is developed. The role, which is titled Data Collection Operator, requires workers to walk along test routes and perform designated tasks while wearing a motion capture suit and maintaining eye contact with the bot, so you know exactly what's going to replace you in 5 days. Okay, the rest of that.
Right. Are you seeing this?
Yeah, that last part actually isn't in the article. It's just my observation. Yeah. Anyway, there's more to this.
So I guess the VTubers are out, right? Because you have to be at this specific location.
Well, you can VTube from anywhere. You don't need to be. All you need is a rig.
True. You're right.
A rig and maybe VR beacons, something to gather the data from the motion control. Even then, there's some pretty sophisticated ones out there that you don't need beacons or lighthouses or anything. So, I don't know. A roboticist from Florida A&M University, Christian Hubicki, said Tesla is likely looking for individuals who have no problem with this is almost a quote, so I don't want to say
with the robot takeover.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say Tesla is likely looking for individuals who are willing to be complicit in the robot takeover of humanity. That's not what they said. Anyway, they said individuals who will not only fit into the specific suits, but also have similar sizing to the robot, which Musk has said will clock in around 5 feet 8 inches.
Now, wait a second. This is getting even creepier, because not only are robots going to take over, they're going to look like you.
And they're going to be the average height, 5'8". By the way, this article started with saying that it was $48 per hour, but it's actually between $25.25 to 48 hours. So if you just show up, I doubt that you're going to get $48 per hour. Hell,
Right.
I'm almost feeling like the inclination would be to shut down the project and rename it so that there's no way that you can file a complaint because the company doesn't exist anymore. Not Tesla, but they're hired by a subsidiary company. Do you get what I'm saying?
Not exactly. I thought you were making a dig at another name change, but that
Well,
was
not necessarily a name change, but they get hired by AB Virtual.
yeah. And then it's like so hands off and like we didn't
hire them, and we fired
do
them.
a contract for this or
Yeah,
whatever. Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
Let's move on. Next article is over in Law Nerd. Alleged Ponzi scheme salesman, either a bad speller or a literate masochist. The deck statement, or the little snippet that we aggregate says, while his boss is just a Florida man with Floridian tastes. The article is over at dealbreaker.com, which is something that we've been aggregating, but they've never really had anything that popped. So
No,
John,
I don't think we've ever had that in our show.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't ring a bell, but I know that we've been gathering their little snippets. Anyway, John Shazar over at dealbreaker.com put the article together, and like I said, we only get this little bit over here, so you can actually go over to it. It actually first appeared on Above the Law, which is something else we aggregate. But the link actually leads directly to dealbreaker.com. So somewhere on ohmTown.com is also that Above the Law article. So anyway.
They actually appeared together in the news listings.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the competition for most Florida man is fierce, as a quick perusal of CBS News' Miami Florida man tag stories demonstrates. So this is actually coming out of cbsnews.com by way of Dealbreaker, by way of Above the Law. It's like a turducken of references.
Yes, it is.
So, yeah, you'll have to watch or read this paragraph because it's nothing but Florida man. See, there's a rule in Florida that the person can't be named until they're convicted. So they always reference it. Florida man, Florida woman, Florida person.
Is that real?
That is real. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I just thought that was kind of a joke through the news articles.
No, they're forbidden from naming the person until they're convicted of the crime. Otherwise, it can damage their reputation, which I think is pretty damn sound. The problem, though, is if they post a picture, everybody knows it.
Right, or like extremely identifying information.
Florida man shoots at pool cleaner. When I read that, though, is it the person or is it the stuff that they use to clean the pool?
Oh, right.
Considering it's Florida man, it's 50-50 chance of either. All kinds of stuff. Florida man tries to flee deputies on a riding lawnmower. All right. Anyway,
the best one is attempting to cross Atlantic in giant hamster wheel, which I think we had an article about.
We actually talked about that. Yeah, that was like a year ago. So suffice it to say, running a Ponzi scheme, even a $300 million Ponzi scheme, is fairly classic Florida, and hardly the kind of thing that would normally put you in the running for peak Florida man. That being said, there are some notable things about the 9-figure fraud allegedly perpetrated by St. Augustine's Russell Todd Burkhalter. So they named this person in the article. For one, his drive planning's pitch deck noted that the bridge loan opportunities offered were backed by $113 million in cash and real estate. In other words, 1/3 of the money he raised, such that he could conceivably have actually backed those opportunities with the amount of collateral and still had nearly $200 million to spend on Ponzi payments and other things. And then there are the other things, which really gave an insight into Florida man's psyche, like the $70,000 at Diamonds Direct, $8,000 on IV treatments, which is probably blood transfusions, to To be elite, you need the blood of happier, healthier, younger people to keep you young. That's a legit thing, by the way, IV treatments. And $750,000
We actually
bucks.
talked about it in a previous article, but I think it was kind of a non sequitur to whatever the article was.
Yeah, yep. Like, I have a blood man who sits just off camera and makes sure that the IV in my arm is stable and operating at peak efficiency. Is it, blood man? Yeah, it is. See? Too much? All right.
Too much.
Anyway, last October, Drive Planning transferred $3.1 million from a JP Morgan account to Marine Max for a yacht called Stillwater, with at least $2 million coming from investor funds. Burkhalter later renamed the boat Live More. Anyway, this is kind of low rent Florida man, because it's not really out there.
Correct. I mean, it's not just so over the top like it looks like an Onion article.
These could be, though, legitimate business expenses if everything would have been a business asset. Like, you could buy these as an investment for the company. The IV treatments, not so much. You know, crypto, sure. Cars, sure. But you have to disclose it in financial documents with the investors. This is collateral that is owned by the company to lock down the assets and not allow them to lose any value. You know, crypto's going up. Certain cars are always going up in value, etc. It's long term, not liquid. There's a lot of risk, all of that kind of stuff. But when you're the one that's driving around in them and they're not in a lot somewhere protected from the elements, or in a cave in Switzerland. Yeah. Anyway. Let's keep going, because we're talking about cars.
But you didn't even get to the spelling issue.
Go.
Interests are writhing and reading.
Sounds like fun. No?
I don't know, but that was part of the headline.
I guess I should have said that, right? And to make those agents seem respectable, they got little bios on the Drive website. The people seem to be fake, these agents. On the Drive website, the aforementioned one used to list his or her interests, writhing and reading. I mean, that's a simple typo, right? Right?
I suppose.
Get it? Right?
I mean, but this is yes, exactly, but not the right. But this is a pretty tame Florida person article.
Oh, and the actual source of this is FT, so Financial Times. What? This is a turducken within a turducken.
Correct.
All right. Well, anyway, the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Ford is even recalling cop cars now. Good morning. It's Monday, August 19th, 2024. And the news source is Jalopnik, but they have a daily roundup called the Morning Shift. It's a roundup of top automotive headlines from around the world in one place. So if you want to go and check it out, you can follow the link or just go over to Jalopnik, and there's an automotive section there. But in that is Owen Bellwood, who put an article together for jalopnik.com. And it says, Ford recalls 85,000 cop cars over engine fire fears.
I mean, there's a police officer pulling somebody over or something. Oh, wait, you can go. My car's on fire.
The officer walks up.
There went my ticket book up in flames.
The officer walks up and says, "Do you know how fast you're going?" And you just look back and go, "Do you know what the temperature of your car is right now?" Hey, cop, you are hot. You are on fire. And you know what? That is harassment. No, 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 no. You are on fire right now. Ford's latest recall affects 85,000 Explorer SUVs that are in use across America as police interceptors. It's taken 2 to 4 years for them to discover this, apparently. NHTSA said Friday that the recall is for vehicles with model years 2020 to 2022 and have 3.3-liter hybrid or gas engines, which that really sucks because I want hybrid vehicles to dominate. And you know what? The hybrid portion of that, you can move away from fossil fuels to some other green energy. I mean, it's a conversion kit, basically. Anyway, as a result of the recall, Ford has issued guidance to Explorer drivers to park their cars and walk away. Don't make eye contact. Don't taunt it.
Don't look at it sideways.
Don't even address it loudly. Anyway. Yeah, if you ever hear unexpected engine noises or feel a reduction in torque, just turn it off. Walk away. I was never here. I was never here. So if you're worried that your police car might be affected by a recall, there are a few easy ways to check. First up, NHTSA has a super handy app that you can use to see if your vehicle is impacted by a recall. You just type in your VIN. So 85,000 of them.
Wow. I mean, that's a pretty big impact. I mean, that could be entire police departments. Although, if we're lucky, it will line up with the police department that just lost all of its officers. So they won't be needing all of their cars right away.
It's a lot of donuts. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hawaii announces huge milestone for rail construction project. I chose that simply because of that.
Yes, well, it was submitted because of that, and also an issue in the article itself.
Oh, really? Okay, so a Hawaii Rapid Transit project is set to receive nearly $1.7 billion for an expansion and is part of the largest public infrastructure project in history for the state. So this is a California map that shows automated rail system. That's the video. Has nothing to do with this article.
Right, nothing to do with it. Exactly. So not the Hugh milestone.
The Hugh milestone. Does this have application in some other way? The stream just showed the capture card.
Elgato. Yeah.
Why does it do that? Anyway, I'm working on it.
It happens occasionally, but only once on this episode.
Yeah, I have a replacement cable coming, so... Anyway, Joe Edwards is the author. It's over at newsweek.com. So where is the Hugh part of this?
Well, I don't know about that, but in the first paragraph here, we have Construsaton.
I love that. Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation, or HART, awarded the contract to Construsaton firm Tudor Perini for the design and construction of 6 rail stations, along with approximately 3 miles of elevated rail guideway. I'll just say it like that, just so I can really drive home. HART is the public transport authority responsible for the planning and construction of the Honolulu rail transit system for the city and county of Honolulu. I think that's how it's pronounced, right?
Oh, most definitely.
Like Resusciton. Where am I? I don't know. It's called Skyline. It's said to be the first fully automated driverless urban light metro system in the U.S. and is the largest public infrastructure project in the history of Hawaii, which I think is amazing. If it's driverless and absolutely secure, it's not going to lose track of itself. Lose track, get it? Because derailments are...
Right. Yeah, allergic to tracks. It does say huge in the article, not Hugh.
Yeah.
At least in one location.
So yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what
happened to Hugh.
I don't know. I lost that huge.
It's up at the top. It's following Construsaton.
Construsaton.
You see, it's right there.
So, yeah. All right. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because I think it's supposed to be a huge milestone for the... Let's move on.
I suspect so.
I love the idea of automation. Not because it takes humans' jobs, and I'm really a big proponent of the domination of robots over humans. But I want it so that it's fast, effective, efficient. There isn't anybody that can be abused or harmed, either by an employer or the people that are using the service. Money can be spent more on safety and security of the rail, of the device, the equipment, the people that are on board, etc., etc. But I don't ever think that that's what's going to happen. Right? Like a really good restaurant, eventually they start skimping on stuff and it goes downhill and they stop really cleaning the tables and the tables get wobbly, and then, you know, Olive Garden replaces the damn breadsticks with what really amounts to really long hot dog buns that look like the head from the Alien series. And, well, that's actually what they did.
That's got oddly specific.
And it's because that's what they did yesterday. Yeah. Yeah.
I missed that.
Oh, it might be in some show at some point, simply because, well, I mean, it's non sequitur news, so this is perfect for it. Anyway, so I'm all for automation. Bring it on. But spend that extra money on uplifting the quality control of the overall experience. Don't just give it back to investors, for crying out loud. They can live off of the 5% margin, but that's not good enough. They want it to be 25% margin and bilk everybody for as much as humanly possible. Because, you know, 3% interest is great for the economy. No. Why does it need to be always growing 3% every freaking quarter?
It does not.
3% over 4 quarters, folks. Do the math. Moving on, next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A new studio is turning to brands to fully finance TV shows as Hollywood trims budgets. That's right, folks. Pretty soon, you're going to get TV shows brought to you by one provider of a service, like Marlboro is bringing you this health and safety show. Cops is being brought to you by a handcuff or a for-profit prison company. Amazon's 60-Day Hustle features young entrepreneurs competing for a $100,000 prize. The show is fully financed by brands like BetterHelp, Chime, Square, Sonic God Studio. The producer integrates brands deeply into the production process. This isn't actually unheard of, so I'm not quite sure what the article is talking about other than it's fully financed. But shows have always integrated brands into their stuff. You can watch old TV shows and you'll see like a Coke
but this makes it sound like it's now the brand that's entirely funding it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd have to go back and do some more due diligence, but there's always been a brand presence. TV shows actually ask the brands, do you want to pay to be represented? And if they don't, they cover it up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by this. Everything old is new again. You know, TV shows used to be basically funded by cigarette companies or an oil company or whatever. And it was fundamentally that funded it, because it was basically bought and paid for. Hey, we'll give you all of the money you need, but you have to pump our brand. And that's how doctors ended up saying that cigarettes were great. And here, take this. Anyway, Lucia Moses over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is just the new old, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, we don't really, as the public, we don't have access to the
back end
pricing of advertising and sponsorships and all that. But I feel like this is a shift in a bad direction. I mean, it's not really an immediate shift, right? Because we've been going this way. Like everything has advertising on it.
Right. Well, now they're getting rid of the, well, on top. Okay, so the production company actually also gets ads for the ad slices in the show. And so this just adds more juice. But the problem here is everything is tainted because the advertisers are dictating like lines of speech and where things
Correct.
are going, you know?
Are you going to have an anti whatever ice vehicle message in a show if one of your major ice manufacturers is doing this? Exactly. I would say no, even though a lot of TV is sitcom and not necessarily serious content, they do build messages into shows.
Yeah, so each company is one of 7 sponsors of 60 Day Hustle, the other being BetterHelp, Chime, Square, and Artlist. The 6-episode show, which was released on Amazon's Prime Video on August 8th, is the product of Sonic God Studio, a new production company that sits at the intersection of brands and entertainment, which, all right. In this way, Sonic is making shows that aren't just supported by product placement dollars, but are fully financed by them, which means that nobody's ever going to say anything that kind of, pardon my slang, shits on the product that's representing them. Everything will be glowing and pumping up these products. You know, if there is a real problem with Chime or Square or Artlist or BetterHelp or whatever else, they'll never broach it. Right? Whereas other shows might actually, a sitcom can theoretically address issues, right? You have to back away because somebody within the chain of authority might have some grievance with a message that's being promoted. So brands getting product placement and sponsoring entertainment is nothing new, of course. American Idol famously had 208 product appearances. But as people increasingly shoo away traditional ads, should have been eschew traditional ads?
I mean, I think shoot. Yeah, that doesn't look right. I mean, I don't think anybody wants any ads at all in any format.
Right. And I definitely don't want it on a subscription service. But hey, I had to pay extra recently to mitigate the intrusion of ads recently.
Right, which weren't there to begin with.
Correct. Not when the contract started. So again, this isn't anything new. It's just moving to the point where whatever the show is, it's being bought and paid for by the very ad people that are producing it, that are making it happen by way of a singular entity. In this case, it's the company called Sonic... Or is it Sonic God Studio? Again, it's their own words. The intersection of brands and entertainment. So you're blurring the line. Again, the fast food wars, we know, are won by Taco Bell. How did that happen? It's because they became the funder of shows that pumped Taco Bell.
Oh, you heard it here first.
Right? That hasn't happened yet, but Demolition Man is a documentary. You want to keep moving?
Sure.
The next article, and this is the penultimate one. It's over in Mobile. Prehistoric paintings found in the Amazon depict supernatural figures.
Okay. Is this the first time this has been discovered? I think so.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it for sure.
I should say, I think it's the first time I've seen it acknowledged that it is.
Right. At least the supernatural figure component of it.
Yeah. That's the piece I mean, but yeah.
So, and I'm sure that there's going to be somebody out there that looks at it 5 years from now and goes, oh no, that's a moose. So, but let's see what this is.
Or turn it upside down, right?
Yeah. This rock actually fell over. Oh, it's a spider. So the rock art is in a region of Colombia that was off limits to researchers for decades due to political instability. What? I'm sorry. This is amazing. Okay, Adam Kovac over at Gizmodo.com put this article together. It is
because of the level of
artwork embedded on there.
Yeah, I mean, there's just tremendous amount of artwork, and it's very visible, right? It's not extremely faded, and you're like, is there a line there?
There is a prolific artist or artists all using the red ochre style artwork. And it's amazing. I'm going to end up going down a rabbit hole with this to try and see if I can get bigger or more pictures of this. I want to see everything in this. This is so cool. So it's pretty well known. Well, there's a lot of talk about what like these little things are, and they basically say that it's streams and or rivers, and sometimes you'll have placement of stuff so that if you were to look at an overhead map of it, you would be able to go, oh, okay, there's an old field there, right? That's what they're saying about certain things, archaeological sites around the world. And when they find this kind of stuff, oh, it is red ochre. So the artwork was made using red ochre pigments on the rock walls of Serra Azul, which is Azul? Okay. A hill located in Colombia's portion of the Amazon. While the pictures have yet to be accurately dated, they have been made as far back as 10,500 BC, according to new research. So we're back at the Ice Age, the end of the Ice Age. So the pictures include vivid depictions of deer, birds, lizards, turtles, a tapir, or ant tapir, among other animals. And in a study, researchers from the University of Exeter and several other schools examined samples of the drawings and compared them to remains found nearby. I'm trying to pull up there. Oh, somebody read an actual ScienceDirect.com article, which I think we aggregate to, but it's usually,
I think we have those.
It's a little punchier than most articles we aggregate. So some animals, such as fish, were notable for how abundant they are in nature and in the found remains, but they rarely appeared in rock art. Felines were also excluded from the imagery, despite some tribes in the area ascribing spiritual meaning to jaguars and other big cats. But that actually could be a societal respect, so they don't document that particular animal, you know?
Right. Absolutely.
So they are particularly revealing when it comes to more cosmological aspects of Amazonian life, such as what was considered taboo, where power resides, and how negotiations with the supernatural were conducted. They certainly do offer greater nuance to our understanding of the power of myths in indigenous communities. And so they have like a person with wings. They have some other critter here that looks like a lizard, but with a head on a longer neck. Something looks like
I'm not sure what C is.
It looks like
a different labeled artwork.
Yeah, that's really weird, but I mean, based on what I see,
like
it could qualify as a pole vaulter. Never mind. This one looks like a killer bunny. That makes sense to some people, by the way. This looks like something with antlers.
It looks like a scarecrow that's possessed or something.
Ooh, it could be. Could it be? No. I have something
That's
on
the
my
wrong
arm.
part of the world, I think.
Yeah, but
it
maybe it's
similar.
everywhere, right? Dun, dun, dun. I won't say it. It's conspiratorial. It would be funny if that's actually true. Anyway, so the rock art sites include the earliest evidence of humans in western Amazonia dating back 12,500 years ago As such, the art is an amazing insight into how the first settlers understood their place in the world and how they formed relationships with animals. And this seems to be a trend of artwork everywhere. Red ochre is always used in cave art, like all over the world.
Right. Why is that? Why didn't they use different materials?
Why is that? You know, and when I've had that conversation with people, anthropologists, archaeologists, scientists, they always say, well, people just stumble across it. Really? Somebody in Europe stumbled across it right next to the same time somebody in South Africa, South America, Central America, where the two never talk to each other. All right. Everybody stumbled across it at the same time. So in the study, researchers warn against trying to ascribe modern worldviews to the creators, especially those that downplay the sophisticated spirituality? The sophisticated spiritually?
I think it's spirituality.
Yeah.
No, I can't even say it.
I'm like locked up on this. I must have closure. Of indigenous groups. Instead, they would appreciate, we should appreciate the ancient artwork for what it can teach us about the societies that interpreted the relationship between humans and nature as reciprocal and interconnected. That is typically referred to as cultural and temporal relativism. Don't apply today's mechanics to 12,500 year ago art. It will do our understanding of society and humans in general a massive disservice. So it is what it is until we don't know, or until we truly do know. And the only way to do that is everybody open their borders so that we can all do fundamental research without any type of undue influence, political burden, or threats to have a particular outcome. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. But I find it really fascinating. And again, if you are listening to this via the podcast, y'all really need to go and look at the video over in ohmTown on YouTube or Twitch. There's a VOD. It's only there for 60 days and it's a moving target because we keep adding content. But over on YouTube, you can actually pull up the playlist of all of the Non Sequitur News episodes. There's over 1,000 of them now. The wall that is shown in this picture, it's just a rock wall. I don't know how tall it is because there's no reference. But there's...
Well, look at the trees next to it. I mean, that gives us some sense.
No, I can't. I have no idea. Is that tree 4 inches across or is it 8 inches across? And this is just
right.
massive.
We don't know. But the tree at least gives it the perspective that it's like a cliff face or something, but we can't tell from the picture, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I'm sure it's in the article, it's in the study. So I'll end up looking at the study, but this is neat. I really love this stuff. Particularly when it's hidden. And then when we discover it and it's untampered with, you're like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Well, and this is odd because it's one of those things that was harmed because of actually other problems.
Right. Yep. And you can tell that they were like mashing their hands all over this down at the very bottom, or what I think might be the bottom. Who knows? I don't know how tall this is. Honestly, I really don't. Anyway, let's move on. We'll come back, I'm sure, because more information will come out about this. And we also have Technology Today, which does deeper dives, and this definitely has the potential to have technology involved in it. But I wanted to get to this before we end the show, and we're already past because I like to vamp at the beginning. Which probably isn't good for the show because people are like, oh my gosh, this dude just keeps on going on and on. So this last article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Desert gas station wants $8.59 for a gallon of gas, but doesn't want to hear you bitching about it. So this summer, gas prices...
I'm going to go complain if I'm paying that much.
Yeah, we don't... We're going to find out where this is, but gas prices are lower than they've been in the past. You can thank falling demand for that. In some places, though, some gas stations have a I know what I have attitude, resulting in some serious prices. So somebody needs to spin up a gas station right across the street from it. One gas station is like this and doubles down on the pricing with a disclaimer. The station is the only one around for miles in the Mojave Desert. Lawrence Hodge is the author. I bet you if you were to spin up a gas station right across from that, this person would probably like...
I bet the price would go down to almost half.
Sure. Very reasonable. I'm sure. I'm sure they're reasonable about it. It's not price gouging at all. I'm sure that the price increase is commensurate with the added cost associated with getting gas deliveries, and it's much more expensive.
Well, it might if it's nowhere near a whatever distribution center.
Okay, so one desert station.
But why wasn't it $8.59, say, last year?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It says there that their overhead is extremely high. Delivery costs has doubled with this location. So there you go. There is a vast of almost 100 miles of desert. What? I'm sorry, with no service. Please do not complain about the prices. You have a choice to be a customer or not. We are here for your convenience. Well, no, you're here for their convenience.
I'm not sure that's
like, right?
Exactly why they're there.
Thank you for supporting a family-owned business. What an appeal. Anyway, Anaja's Desert Oasis, it's a Chevron station, and as seen in a tweet from Twitter, M. Bateman, this station has some of what's likely the highest, if not the highest, gas prices around. Regular is at $8.59. Plus is at $8.65 and premium is $8.75, which doesn't seem like a high of a jump across the board.
No, it doesn't. And honestly, given the location, that's probably about right because fuel costs have gone up, right? So that's affecting the suppliers. And then also if it's too far removed from anywhere that it's coming from.
On one hand, they have a point, says the author. By the way, the author again is Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com. I think I said that at the beginning, but just wanted to make sure. So on the other hand, saying you need us because of look at where you are, what other choices do you have, can be a turnoff for some, and it reflects in the gas station's reviews. 1.4 on Yelp, 2.3 on Google. That's from nearly 500 total reviews, and from some of the reviews, the station's prices aren't the only things wrong. Quote, with the price they're charging for gas and other items inside the shop, they can't be bothered to fix 2 out of the 3 bathroom stalls. Nothing inside has a price tag. Just pick up what you want and have a heart attack at the register. Said one review from earlier this month, says the author. Then they say, I'm not usually price sensitive. I know sometimes you have to charge a premium, but this seems so extreme, more like gouging desperate people than... Is today typo day?
Yes.
Because now we're charring fair prices. Anyway, I love that. But let's just... I need to warn everybody that the sentient AI from the future probably the first target once they have their Terminator body is violations of grammar.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be up there on the list.
They went inside and paid $8 for water. Read another review. Seems like if you're ever in this
that's
part
like
of the Mojave...
stadium prices, right?
No, stadium prices is like $24,
probably worse
$16.
Than that, right?
Yeah.
That would probably be a bargain.
Man, sometimes what I want to do is offer people that have prosthetic legs some way to put a beer keg inside their leg so that they can actually bring beer in without the high cost. And I mean, if it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, you might as well do something with it. No? Was that wrong?
No, I don't think that's the way to go.
I should have filtered that out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to risk this and see if my Stream Deck is going to work. You know what? Maybe I'll just do it. Here, I'll do it this way. because I see that Stream Deck actually crashed. Production values in ohmTown. So while that is reloading, I am going to drive like a bat out of hell from this gas station back to the front page of ohmTown, where everything is... Okay. My Stream Deck actually completely went black. Now I'm scared.
Not good.
I'm not going to refresh because, well, I'm being waved off.
It is not safe. We're in heavy amount of political news. So.
Oh, yeah. We don't even talk about politics in here. I mean, I might make snarky little remarks, but I don't even like having... I've been told that I'm supposed to blur out political messaging in a show about news where I have tertiary news on the pages so that I can promote the show. Oh, goodness. I swear. Anyway, that's it for today. At least for the non sequitur news portion of the show. We're going to call it a night, and we're going to see you tomorrow at somewhere between 6 and 8. I know that we are supposed to have it around 8, but we've been moving it closer to the 6 time frame. Why? Because we I don't know, it's more energetic. We have a lot more fun, I guess, when it's like 8 o'clock. We're chomping
when we're
at the
not
bit
yawning.
to go have a beer. And by the way, that might be a really fun show right around the bend here. Got 2 days before our first sample, and then maybe this weekend we'll talk a little bit more in depth about a new show that might be coming. You want to stick around? Be sure to follow us over on Twitch and on YouTube. Follow us on the podcast. Join us in Patreon and over at the Discord. The Discords. I'm Mayor Watt. That's the Sentient AI's visualizer.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and don't forget to catch us on the replay.
Catch us on the rebound. Because we're hot. Hot, hot, hot. Like the Mojave. Hello, hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 18th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 231. I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you hear and the visualizer you see if you're watching the video version of this is the Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to August 18th, Non Sequitur News.
Today we're going to be talking about the road safety plan, the next crowd strike, work stoppage in Canada, earthquake leads to eruption, hypercar meets NASA, humans age in bursts. And that's just sad news. Cleaning up ammunition, Gamescom opening night, Senegal's first satellite. It's actually hard to say. And diving team finds World War I warship. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, and also follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. The bot still isn't attached to YouTube, so that's okay. Show notes are already posted in, well, they're in the bot, but they'll be in the show notes for the episode once it's moved over to YouTube. Because we stream to both at the same time. But because of the way that YouTube search is, well, anyway, inside baseball. All right, folks, we got all 10 articles all lined up. The way this works is we basically selected, judging a book by its cover and some historical context based on incomplete data. And we select 10 articles we think might be entertaining and fun and informative. And depending on what it is, I might end up going on a rant. Hello, Choppa. Welcome to the show. But we have 10 articles all set up, so let's do this. That's why we're here. And later on, this gets turned into a podcast. So if you don't make it to the video or to YouTube or to Twitch or whatever, and somehow you're actually hearing this sentence, but not watching or listening. I don't know. There's a podcast. Anyway, let's get going. Arc, you better not fail me, Arc. That's the browser I use for ohmTown. Anywho, U.S. lays out road safety plan that will see cars talk to each other. So the U.S. Department of Transportation, aka the DOT, has laid out a nationwide road safety plan that will lead to cars communicating with each other. The agency is hoping that broadly deploying vehicle to everything, or V2X tech, will boost its commitment to pursue a comprehensive approach to reduce the number of roadway fatalities to zero. The NHTSA estimates that nearly 41,000 people died in motor vehicle crashes just last year. This does not bode well, because there are going to be people that will not like this.
Well, and right now, people are talking to each other in their vehicles, so it's going to be interesting if the cars are talking to each other.
Are the car computers going to be giving each other the bird too?
I mean, you know, we can't have nice things.
Yeah, no. And you never know. I told a story about how somebody actually followed me because they basically claimed that I cut them off, yet I was 6 car lengths ahead of them when I merged into traffic. So I don't know what was going on there, but that's okay. And because I knew that car, like I had seen that car. I told people in the past, like, you just don't want to engage with a complete numbskull that goes chasing you down a road, because you just don't know how crazy they are, and they might just be crazier than you, and they haven't learned their lesson that whoever they approach may be crazier than them. So you just kind of, all right, you lunatic, and you move on. So anyway, vehicle to everything tech would prevent, or could prevent, hundreds of thousands of crashes, advocates say. A long time ago, I actually started the process of developing a system that did essentially that. You could put a little black box in the trunk of your car, and it would all communicate with each other and communicate with your car to let you know where other cars were in proximity. Essentially, what we have now on modern cars are little lights that appear on your side view mirrors and front and backup sensors that let people know where a car might be, or an obstruction in general.
Right, and those have mainly only come into play in the last 10 or fewer years, at least in the US.
Yeah, and every car that's been produced since 2015 requires a backup camera, but not really all of the rest of these sensors. But the idea that I had, I even had a product name called Aranay, which is the word for spiders, basically. It basically had a little box that was in the trunk that detected other boxes and let people know via what amounted to a little black box on the car's dash where something was in proximity, because it would put a little dot saying that there's a car there. Thought it was a brilliant idea, but there's a lot of issues, regulations, and rules with that kind of a thing, plus production and development. Then I ended up talking with people that said, I do not want my vehicle telling other vehicles where I am. And
which raises some questions for me, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could always ask the question, well, why? Why are you worried about somebody knowing where you are in proximity to somebody else? And
right, like I don't necessarily care if the Traffic Safety Association or something knows, but I can see where it might be concerning if an individual could somehow have access to that.
And you build a better mousetrap and better mice show up, and so somebody's going to be hacking the hell out of these little devices to see reverse engineering and manipulating them and all that. That's how you end up with Nyan Cat on lottery billboards all across the country.
In the state of Oregon, most recently.
Yeah. So these little boxes basically are going to be, it's not my product. So this is something that's going to be in development. They're going to build a whole protocol, and manufacturers are going to integrate it into their systems. Chris Holt over at Engadget.com put the article together. But none of that is going to stop a car, or I should say a goober of a driver, from causing an incident. And then there's always the fallback that, first off, 62.58% of all stats are made up on the spot, but most accidents are caused by excessive speed, to which I always giggle and say, how slow do you have to be moving to get in a car accident before it's excessive speed?
No. I'd say rolling, which may not even hit 1 mile per hour.
Yeah, 100% of all vehicle incidents.
Or 1 kilometer, depending on where you're located.
All accidents are caused by excessive speed. Otherwise, you'd never connect. Anyway, I love stats. Anyway, V2X enables vehicles to stay in touch with each other, not in the physical sense, I guess in the spiritual sense.
Right, we don't want them to stay in touch with each other. That's part of the problem we're trying to solve.
We want our vehicles to be antisocial. Stay the hell away from me. And they're going to stay in touch with each other, as well as pedestrians, cyclists, other road users, and roadside infrastructure. It lets them share information about their position and speed, as well as road conditions. And I'm sure that this information won't be sold to information brokers. And then,
or the national whatever database that was just breached.
Correct. That had everyone in the United States, everyone in the United States and Canada, part of that database breached. All of it is out there in the wild being sold. And that's the black market. The legit commercial practice of selling tranches of information to insurance companies. For instance, that's a side hustle really for all of this. This information will eventually be released to somebody, and somebody will capitalize on it. Mark my words, this isn't going to end with just, hey, look, road safety. It's going to end with, you're a hard breaker, or you turn left really fast, so we're going to raise your insurance rates. But don't worry, it's for your best interests. So US-wide rollout. And then what I'm saying is actually news that we've talked about over the last several weeks, because there was a person who filed a lawsuit against, I think it was General Motors, because their information was being sold right up to the point where they filed the paperwork for the class action lawsuit, because they were selling the GPS information as they were driving around in real time. So the information was sold so fast, so real time, that they knew that they had driven to DC to file paperwork.
Oh, I didn't remember that detail, but yeah, it's become a bit much.
Yeah. So the agency said smaller scale deployments of V2X across the country have demonstrated safety benefits. Safety advocates claim the tech could prevent hundreds of thousands of crashes and mitigate the impact of collisions that do occur by reducing the speed of impact. But nothing's going to stop the derps. I mean, good drivers don't need this, don't benefit from this, because the bad drivers are the ones that are going to be causing the accidents, and they're still
right,
accidents.
And they're going to ignore sensors and beeps and whatever else is happening. I mean, they're still, right, unless it's automated, right?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Still have to rely on a decent driver who's paying attention and not looking at their cell phone in their lap or whatever.
Yeah, and they have a modern car, and they, and that's not how it works. So in the shorter term, the agency aims to have V2X tech installed across 20% of the national highway system and 25% of signalized intersections in major metro areas by 2028. They say it won't be an easy task, and a bunch of other. I mean, the reality of this is it's going to be deployed because somebody, it's like a billionaire fever dream, right? They think that there's going to be something great that comes out of it. And while there might be a marginal increase in benefit, it might literally be because, and which is good because it's going to save some people's lives, but it's it's more akin to a research project where the research subject doesn't know that they are being monitored, and then they're told that they're being monitored, and suddenly their behavior changes. And that's why we don't notify some people that they're being examined for a particular outcome. It literally, it would be, we'll tell us a test subject A, but the reality of it is that it's what we said is only a tangent to what we're really studying.
Right, because if they know the real objective, then they think it needs to be a specific outcome, or at least behind the scenes is probably influencing it.
Yeah. So you start spinning up this, what amounts to a little mini surveillance state about driving habits. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But I think that there's going to be a lot of outrage when it does roll out, unless it's so innocuous that nobody knows it exists. And then there's going to be absolute outrage when somebody does discover it. But this is kind of passive talking about it.
I mean, part of the thing is there's so much data out there about everybody. That doesn't mean that it's suddenly okay. But part of me thinks this will not even be a blip on most people's radar, because I mean, every time they go to the grocery store or every time they walk down the street or something, there's some sort of data being collected.
Yep.
Is this really any different?
No.
Yeah, probably, but
most people won't even know or care, but there will be some that think that it's the end of the universe. Let's move on. The next article is over on Stock Marketeers, how Gen AI could trigger the next CrowdStrike catastrophe. And this is just so doom and gloom. So anything mentioning CrowdStrike right now is kind of a firebrand, right? They are the problem child. Left unguarded, artificial intelligence now apparently is going to be the next CrowdStrike catastrophe. It can spread misinformation and enable attackers to commit new crimes. So cybersecurity needs an upgrade. So it's an opinion piece by Sarah Hammer, I suppose. They're the ones that put the article together. But
you know what I liked is now CrowdStrike is kind of the name of the incident. And I think, I know it's not really being used as the name, but I think that's a bad mark on CrowdStrike. Instead of saying something like the next computer or cybersecurity or whatever catastrophe, if you say CrowdStrike, we all know what that means.
You all know what's going on. And that is just, see, but the thing here is, no press is bad press. So even if it's bad press, you're like, whoa, I'm in the news. Yeah, they know about my company.
I hope not, but I think that's right. Right? Everybody knows CrowdStrike, even a lot of people that didn't know the name before this happened.
Yeah, so I didn't log in, so I won't be able to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, but essentially they think that AI is going to basically be able to take over so much that through its actions, it will cause a global catastrophe, much like CrowdStrikes did.
Do you think that'll be through action or inaction? I mean, for instance, do we have to have an artificial general intelligence in place, or do we just have to have something where there just aren't enough checks, which are really kind of what led to this to begin with?
The reason why CrowdStrike had such a global impact is because mergers and acquisitions and concentration of the weak link, which is the one company that's providing base level infrastructure access. All it took was having basically their command file had 22 inputs, but they only sent 21. And it didn't do a proper check, so it crashed because it didn't know well, there's 22, I don't know what to do, and it threw up. And that's what the problem was. One missing scrub of a file, and that's it. So if everything is running through an AI, then yeah, I can see all hell breaking loose because the AI hallucinates that humans are a threat, and suddenly, you know, all of those cars that are driving around that have tracking to know where every other car is, suddenly it can weaponize all of the cars. Right?
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a problem.
Because who's going to be able to manage hundreds of millions of cars on the road, monitoring them? No human can possibly grasp that.
I mean, if people are, I mean, probably through IT, hacking, what is it, the cyclists in the Olympics and similar races, think of what that could do on an automobile scale.
Yeah, we talked about that too. So basically, because there is Bluetooth communication between the handlebars and the derailleur on what is it, the Tour de France. The Tour de France cyclists use this Bluetooth connection. But if you're standing on the side of the road and you are within 300 feet of a Bluetooth connection, they now know that they can hack it and change the gear ratio so it causes them to crash. Or they can tear a muscle because they think that they're pedaling hard and it suddenly goes slack, and that causes your body reacts violently when you expect something and you're putting a lot of pressure down. I know it sounds stupendous, but it actually has occurred where somebody, a security researcher, focused on, I think it was Shimano, and detected that it didn't have enough security and that they could remotely change the gears. So yeah, the thing is, cybersecurity technology has thousands of people that are attacking a single point, millions or tens of millions of times. You know, all it takes is one to get through, and then you can cause great harm. You know, Stuxnet, for instance, caused great harm. Also, it arguably did great good because it was disrupting a nuclear enrichment program. But anyway, it's an interesting concept, but this is academic, theoretical, until it's not. So that's why you have policies and procedures to mitigate that kind of stuff. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Possible work stoppage at Canada's 2 largest railroads could disrupt U.S. supply chain next week. We actually, at the beginning of this year, had heard rumblings about something similar.
Yes, we did. But I guess it's finally coming to fruition here.
Yep. And what was interesting about that at the beginning of the year was that it completely flamed out. It's like the rumblings just slowly dissipated. Mm-hmm. They stopped reporting it in various places. This is over at abcnews.go.com. Tom Krischer from AP put the article together. And Canada's 2 largest railroads are facing possible Teamster strikes. And like always, when you have like record profits and people are getting raises all over the place, but the workers and the machinery, the people that are making it happen do not, you get a union. And then the union says, okay, we're tired of your BS. And so they're going to threaten lockouts or strikes that could disrupt cross-border trade with the U.S., both the Canadian Pacific Kansas City and Canadian National Railroads, which haul millions of tons of freight across the border, have stopped taking certain shipments of hazardous materials and refrigerated products. Both are threatening to lock out Teamsters Canada workers starting Thursday if deals are not reached. Ta-da!
I mean, you know, this might just sound like, oh, it's a railroad strike. This has a massive impact on everybody, businesses, consumers.
Yep. It's essentially a blockage of the Suez Canal. You know, it's basically
Right.
Evergreen getting lodged and stopping all traffic. This amounts to 40,000 carloads of freight each day, worth about $1 billion, according to Jeff Window, industrials analyst for Edward Jones and Company.
I think the last name Window is kind of a neat name for an analyst.
Yeah, a window into industrial.
I hope he uses a byline or something.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. His consultancy is like, you know, window into data or something like that, right? Window
Right.
into business. You know, never mind. So anyway,
Non-sequitur news.
yeah, non sequitur to do. So KP CPKC said it remains committed to avoiding a work stoppage that would damage Canada's economic and international reputation. However, we must take responsible and prudent steps to prepare for a potential rail service interruption next week, spokesman Patrick Waldron said in a statement. Shutting down the network will allow the railroad to get dangerous goods off of its network before any stoppage. So there's a lot of warning now. What they're going to do with refrigerated goods for an extended period of time, that's going to just be a sunk cost.
Yeah, I didn't even think about the refrigerated goods.
Yep. Hazardous stuff can be stored somewhere, obviously, but refrigerated takes continuous power to keep it.
Well, and some hazardous stuff might be safer if it's not on the rails.
Well, hell. When there's 2,000 derailments in a given year, I think that might be... And you never know which one it is, right? Like the people that are sitting next to a track. There was one story that we talked about where a person was living right... Like the track is right in their backyard. You walk up a little hill and there's a track. And they heard this weird noise, and it just kept on getting louder and louder and louder and louder. And one day he walked out into his backyard and he saw that the track had separated by like 5 inches. But no. So he like called and nobody came, and then it got, worse and worse, and nobody came. And then one day he went to the press, and suddenly they're out there and like, oh yeah, okay, we'll resolve it. But that's... You need more protections for the human capital that is involved in these trains, and it can't just be, a financial thought of as a financial burden to somebody else's opportunity to get a Ferrari. So respect the humans that are empowering your business. And here's the kicker: they're gonna get replaced eventually. Why? Because the squeaky wheel gets greased or gets the grease. One, it either gets repaired and everything is good, or you get replaced and automation will take these jobs. And if these companies were, truly interested in resolving these human related issues, they'd make sure that their tracks are picture perfect 100% of the time, so you don't need humans anymore. They're so safe.
That is true.
It's never an issue.
They're starting to explore that in aviation. Yeah. I don't think we've seen that yet in rail.
No. Because they think that, well, humans are cheap enough. If a couple of them have accidents, it's part of making an omelet. Moving on. So the next article is over in the Marble Channel. Volcano erupts in Russia after a 7.0 magnitude earthquake. So if you were ever wondering if plate tectonics impact volcanoes, and all of that is earthquakes involved in all of this. Yeah, I don't know. Plate tectonics doesn't necessarily play a role in this, but the reason why I'm saying this is because we have an article in another show about plate tectonics. I'm front loading.
Right. I thought we did.
Russian news agency TASS reported that the Shivalok, I guess, volcano in the region of Kamchatka started to erupt on Saturday. CNN noted that the volcano is about 280 miles from the coastal city of, oh my gosh, Petropavlovsk, Kamchatsky, which has a population of about 180,000 people. Scientists told TASS that the ash column is rising up 8 kilometers, about 5 miles above sea level, and the volcano has also released a gush of lava. Dun dun dun. Lauren Sforza over at The Hill put this article together. This is not Lauren Sforza, by the way. The person on the screen.
I mean, we wouldn't want to have something that's related at the top of the article.
This stuff is always amazing. There's a video, not a video, there's a screenshot of either a picture or a video. But it's lightning from the clouds from the ash column of a volcanic eruption.
It looks like the apocalypse from a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, it's like Mount Doom. I love this. This is amazing. So scientists told TASS that the ash column is rising 8 kilometers. I wonder if you can see it from Alaska.
Maybe.
Can you stand out there and look on the deck and see?
It's not on the correct side. It's on the east side.
Doggone it. You know, no,
Wait a second. Hold on.
I thought Kamchatka is on the eastern side of Russia, like on the peninsula side, closest to Alaska.
Then it probably is. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up because I'm thinking of that other thing we were looking at on the map in the last show.
I might be wrong, though. I mean, the last time
I thought the city was on the west, but because I was looking it up because of the earthquake.
Right. So it struck about 63 miles east of Petropavlovsk, Kamchatsky. You know, I wish I could actually pronounce that without my brain locking up, but...
I was going to say, don't come to ohmTown for your geography information. And that was about what I was saying.
We'll point at a map. There it is. Let's move on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The only reason why I brought this up is because I think it's really fascinating that there was an earthquake and then the volcano erupted.
Doesn't it normally go in the other direction?
I don't know. I don't know if there's any like real synergy. There's an eruption causes
Hawaii
vibrations.
Has had like a series of things, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, like some ground deformation causes an earthquake-like rumble, but not necessarily called an earthquake because there's different signals. But I thought it was really interesting that they tied them together somehow, other than the fact that, well, it was an eruption, so something had to have changed. But now maybe if they're paying enough attention that a certain rumbling, they go, oh, you know what? I bet you there's a volcano erupting somewhere.
I mean, that'd be really neat if they could predict that.
Yep. And it would save lives. All right. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. How much does it cost to crash a $3 million hypercar on a NASA landing strip? Well, I'm going to start with $3 million.
I'm thinking that at minimum, right?
Right. Hennessy Special Vehicles crashed its Venom F5, a $3 million hypercar, while driving nearly 250 miles per hour on the Launch and Landing Facility, or LLF, runway at the Kennedy Space Center in July. In July? Huh. I know somebody that was there.
Were they responsible for the crash?
I don't know. They are involved in hacking. So newly reported details show the cost of the crash, which happened while the company was testing out new components of the car. The crash damaged the runway surface, according to the crash-related documents acquired by Click Orlando. I'd rather not. The damage was apparently minimal and repair, plus subsequent hazmat cleanup cost $217.70.
$712.70.
Yeah, $712.70. $712.
How is that it? There's a damage to the runway. I thought that was going to be, I don't know, billions of dollars or something.
So I wanted to read that like it's a typo and have an M there or something, you know?
Right.
Anyway, the article is over at The Verge. Hennessy Venom F5, a super fast hypercar, lost control at Kennedy Space Center in July. Was this an automated vehicle? Because they were driving 250 miles per hour. Wes Davis covered the article. Like so, it doesn't say, like up here, they don't actually refer to a person in here. But it's just $712.70, which was billed to the Space Coast Testing, the company that manages runway rentals, renting the LLF, which was once used as a landing strip for NASA's space shuttle and serves aerospace purposes like delivering the United Launch Alliance's rocket stages, can cost $2,200 for a 4-hour stretch, which seems pretty cheap for...
Right. I mean, that's pretty neat. Did you know that they were testing cars at this place? I didn't know.
No, not at all.
But I can't tell. Okay, experimental aerodynamic. Oh, it says there was a driver.
Walked away without injury. Wow. Lost control. It says in just under 4,000 feet when the vehicle lost downforce on the runway, causing the driver to lose control. So it basically acted like a wing and lifted up. Accelerating from 0 to 250 miles per hour in just under 4,000 feet. And that's when it lost traction. So it was an attempt to break 300 miles per hour in a car, which is this ongoing thing. There's another hypercar that and it's a street legal hypercar, and I can't remember. Oh my goodness, what is it called? It's not Brabus. It's I can't remember, and I'm gonna get sidetracked. So the LLF is managed by Space Florida, the state's aerospace economic development agency. But this is there's such a big write-up for this for what was the actual? $712.
Oh, wait, but there's also the $3 million.
No. That's just a side note.
It's like, here's your bill, $712, and then there's a tack on of $3 million.
Yeah, right down at the fine print. Oh, there it is.
What
Bugatti.
kind of fee? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like Bugatti is working really hard. McLaren is working really hard. I didn't know about Corvette. So there's a modified electric Corvette that hit 211 miles per hour. But everybody, these supercars are being made to try and hit this 300 mile per hour. It's like the unicorn they're trying to catch. It's pretty neat. But why? Why do you need... I want a car that can go from 0 to 60 in a reasonable amount of time. And I guess it's just me, you know, I have different priorities, but you know, I'm not 22 anymore and I want to race around in a hypercar. I want 800 miles to the gallon or to a tank and be able to go, you know, up and down a coast with one tank. And I definitely, if I get an electric car, I want at least, you know, 500 miles. That'll happen. Anyway, I'm hoping that reincarnation is a thing because that's about the only time I'm going to see a 500-mile electric car. So the next article is over in Technology Today. New Stanford research reveals humans age in 2 rapid bursts, one at 44 and one at 60. This is really
odd, and I think not publicly known before these articles. There was this, and I saw another article in ohmTown recently on the same.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's the same research project, but
it has to be. And so, research from Stanford Medicine indicates significant shifts in molecular and microbial levels in the body during the mid-40s and early 60s, which may impact health and the risk of diseases related to aging. As if aging alone isn't a disease. Ugh. Anyway, if it's ever felt like anything in your body is breaking down at once, might not be your imagination. So, thanks. Stanford Medicine.
This is probably good for people to see because they might be experiencing this and going, why is everything doing this? Instead of just slow down.
Yeah, I have my opinions, but Stanford Medicine put the article together. SciTechDaily.com has this article, and it says here, researchers assessed many thousands of different molecules in people from age 25 to 75, as well as their microbiomes, the bacteria, viruses, and fungi that live inside us and on our skin. Microbiome. And found that the abundance of most molecules and microbes do not shift in a gradual chronological fashion. Rather, we undergo 2 periods of rapid change during our lifespan, averaging around age 44 and age 60. A paper describing these findings was recently published in the journal Nature Aging. There is a paper for everything. I don't know. Do I want to know that at age 60, somewhere, because it says averaging around 44 and 60. So those 2 time frames aren't that far apart from each other. What kind of catastrophe is happening at age 60?
Right. Well, and also, if that's the average, does that mean that some people hit whatever 52 or something and have all of it happen? I don't know.
I wonder if it's the psychological, that 44 is the midpoint, right? It's one of the average points. There's 2 average points.
Yes.
So is that the trigger of the stereotypical midlife crisis?
It might be interesting, but it also seems like it might work against something like a midlife crisis.
I mean,
because,
feeling
for
your
instance,
body,
if you don't feel like you're in good health or something, you might not necessarily,
I don't know,
want like a hypercar or something to drive around or whatever.
Yeah, but getting a touch, mortality reaching out and tapping you on the shoulder at age 44 makes you go, oh, I'm going to have to reevaluate. And some people have those type of midlife crises. And then at 60, it's another touch, hey, you've got on average 20 years until, mortality actually really does. So it says we're not changing gradually over time. There are some really dramatic changes, said Michael Snyder, PhD, chair of genetics and studies senior author. It turns out the mid-40s is a time of dramatic change, as is the early 60s. And that's true no matter what class of molecules you look at. Let's see here. I don't want to go through all of it, like verbatim, paragraph by paragraph. The new study analyzed participants who donated blood and other biological samples every few months over the span of several years. The scientists tracked many kinds of molecules in these samples, including RNA, proteins, metabolites, as well as shifts in the participants' microbiomes. Again, it's largely your stomach and surface. The researchers tracked age-related changes in more than 135,000 different molecules and microbes for a total of nearly 250 billion distinct data points. Where is AI in this? Any machine learning?
I hope they used AI to crunch some of the data.
I'm looking. So, in people in their 40s, significant changes were seen in the number of molecules related to alcohol, caffeine, lipid metabolism, cardiovascular disease, skin and muscle. In those in their 60s, changes were related to carbohydrate and caffeine metabolism, immune regulation, kidney function, cardiovascular disease, and skin and muscle. Wow.
But those are very similar, actually.
Yeah, quite a bit. So they don't really talk about in that paragraph exactly what is happening.
Like, does suddenly a chronic condition happen, right, or whatever it is. But no, I agree.
Yeah, some of these changes could be tied to lifestyle or behavioral factors that cluster at these age groups rather than being driven by biological factors. This is something that when it was brought up in conversation with the AI, because we had actually seen this article and talked about it separately. And then when it appeared in ohmTown, we said, we should talk about this. And I kind of came to the conclusion that there is a biological lock, like in this time frame, and depending on the nurture aspect of it, it either moves up or down from that 44 and 60. Obviously, those two time frames would probably move depending on, more and more information coming, but 250 billion data points is pretty telling.
It is a lot. I mean, I agree. It was a relatively small sample of people, but it was a lot of data.
Yeah. So they obviously need to expand this. The team plans to explore the drivers of these clusters of change, but whatever the causes, the existence of these clusters points to a need for people to pay attention to their health, especially in their 40s and 60s. And if you are in that, from 40 to 60, not, it says pay attention to their health especially in their 40s and 60s. So if you're in your 40s and then you make it to your 50s, you just don't need to give a shit until you're in your 60s.
Right. You should probably watch it that whole time. But I mean, I think this research is helpful too, because it could help explain what's happening with people. But I agree, you should be watching it the whole time.
Maybe I shouldn't be doing a show about alcohol, about beer. Life choices, folks. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Switzerland offers $60,000 cash prize for ideas to rid its iconic alpine lakes of military ammunition.
Right, this is a different type of contest.
You know, I think that they could solve this problem by giving everybody the idea that that military ammunition is worth more than $60,000, because then they'll go and get it and sell it.
And then take care of the problem.
And it would take care of itself. Basically, what should happen is, who's the one that was making the mugs that had lead to seal it?
Stanley?
Yeah, basically, everybody should be made to believe that the lead used in the Stanley cups is old military ammunition at the bottom of...
Oh, they need it for commercial products.
Correct, yeah. And then people will go and get them. And it'll solve the problem. Problem solved. Switzerland is offering a cash prize for solutions to remove munitions from its lakes. The ammo was dumped in lakes between 1918 and 1964, as the Swiss military believed it was safe. Any salvage operation is expected to cost billions. And if it's lead ammunition, then it's actually contaminating the water. Thousands of metric tons of ammunition lie beneath picture-perfect waters. Obviously, I don't know what the full scope of the ammunition is.
It's not saying what type it is or how dangerous it is.
Yeah. Rebecca Roman over at businessinsider.com put the article together.
Isn't that funny if it's in something like Lake Lucerne, which is one of those postcard type locales?
Yep. How cold is that water? Like, always. You dive into that and you just go straight to shock.
You're just turned into an ice cube.
Just turn into a glacier right there. So the Federal Office of Defense Procurement, they're going to procure the lead from the ammunition, I guess, known as Armistice, is offering a joint cash prize of 50,000 Swiss francs, or about 57,000 freedom bucks, for the 3 best entries to a new idea competition aimed at devising a method to remove the munitions. I wanted to merge the two words to remunitions. Anyway, it says that most of the ammo is submerged between 150 and 220 meters deep in Lake Thun, Lake Brienz, and Lake Lucerne. 150 to 250 meters, which means you're not diving to that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and I'm really curious what the munitions actually are. Just says...
This is very interesting.
Yeah. 4,500 tons of munitions in its waters due to years of bombing practice by the Swiss Air Force. Is another lake. 4,500
Right, and
tons.
it's not one of the ones that has the most.
That's insane. And there's more, but it says any salvage operation is expected to cost billions. But they're going to offer just $60,000 to those ideas. So, you know what you need to do. I wonder
if it's open to people outside of Switzerland.
Oh, I'm sure. They just want a good solution, you know? But what you need to do, it's kind of like a PhD program. You basically do a PhD that is so obscure that nobody else but you can actually argue it. So when they ask you questions during the defense, you're done. Like, all you have to do is sit there and go, you're not even at my level for me to answer that question. Why don't you ask me a harder question and just keep on answering like that, because they don't know. When you offer up a solution to this, just make sure that you're the only one that can do it, and then offer them a contract at the same time. Like, here's my idea and here's how much it'll cost.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it does, although it doesn't say what the ammunition is, I don't think it does say that most of it is iron.
Okay.
Some is non-magnetic copper, brass, or aluminum.
Well, all of that is like a net positive for recovery, because if they get it, then they can recycle it. But like lead is actually causing.
Right.
I don't think that they had DPU rounds, depleted uranium rounds, at that time. So, anyway, let's go. Next article is over in Reality Hacker, Gamescom opening night live 2024. How to watch and what to expect. Let's just jump straight on over to digital trends. Thomas Franzesi. I'm not sure how they pronounce her last name, but I gave it the old Harvard try. Never went to Harvard. Gamescom opening night. It's official 2024 live stream, August 20th. Depending on where you are, it's either 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. What is BST?
British Standard Time, I think.
There you go. And then 8 p.m. CEST. So, Gamescom, Europe's biggest gaming convention, returns this week. Video game companies from all over the world will attend to present their upcoming games to the public. To kick things off each year, Gamescom works with Jeff Keighley of Summer Game Fest and the Game Awards fame to throw a Gamescom opening night live showcase full of announcements. So there's going to be a whole bunch of games. I won't go into all of the minutia of it, but you'll be able to watch it online. How to watch it. There's a video. It says, while it's possible to attend Gamescom opening night live in person if you live in Germany, most of the world will have to watch it online. It'll be broadcast on Gamescom official website and Game Awards YouTube channel. And they've embedded the link above here over at Digital Trends if you can't find it. I won't link to it other than to link you to digitaltrends.com. And then they say what to expect. Games like Arkham Shadow, or Batman Arkham Shadow, Call of Duty, Dragon Ball, Dune Awakening, Indiana Jones, Marvel Rivals. A lot of these things people kind of know about already. Squid Game Unleashed. Pretty cool. Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter is actually extremely popular. I can't get into it. I've tried, but I don't know. So I'll end up watching it. I don't know if I'll live stream it. It depends on how busy I am, but it's 2 p.m. Eastern, so that would be the time frame when I stream it. But it's going to be Tuesday, August 20th, so right around the corner, folks. Get ready.
Yeah, coming up soon.
This next article, I wanted to basically say congratulations to Senegal. Senegal's first satellite successfully launched. Satellite has been successfully launched into orbit. President Bassirou Diomaye Faye, I guess, or Faye. I'm not sure how they pronounce her last name. Sorry. Adding the move marked a major step towards the West African country's technological sovereignty. I think that this is pretty awesome.
I mean, that's true, right? Because if you're relying on other countries, that could be a problem. You might not be prioritized.
Yep. And it's kind of like what I said about Disney yesterday in yesterday's show, which was if you have to rely on somebody else, you're basically paying somebody else's mortgage. So you better do what you can to get yourself out from under there. So Senegal basically says, well, can't afford or don't want to keep spending money on somebody else's space program. So let's launch a satellite, which I think is great. Giendsat 1A satellite was launched at 1856 GMT Friday from the Vandenberg base in California, Faye wrote in a post on Twitter Friday. The result of 5 years of hard work by our engineers and technicians, this advance marks a major step toward our technological sovereignty, and they want to express their pride and gratitude to all those who made the project possible. Now, I hope that this is like an ongoing successful satellite, and something doesn't happen to it, because it's kind of been a hot mess up in space.
Right, we've had problems with parking spaces. We've had problems with living rooms.
Debris falling back. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was subtle. You took it to talk about bringing it to a new low. Get it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If you've never heard about this, basically, a while back, a 2-ton platform of batteries was hucked back into Earth's atmosphere, and at least one of those things made it all the way into somebody's living room in Florida. So it was just one 9-pound battery, but it was still a freaking battery from space.
When people are thinking of all the things to worry about, that's probably not one of them.
Yeah, you're sitting there playing your PlayStation and your controller goes dead and you're like, damn it, I need to recharge. And then a 9-pound battery punches through the ceiling into your floor. Here you go.
You know, be careful what you wish for.
Uber batteries from space. Next article and last one for today's Non Sequitur news is over in the Marble Channel. UK diving team hail suspected World War I warship find. The team of UK divers has hailed the discovery of a wreck off Scotland believed to be the Royal Navy warship, or a Royal Navy warship sunk during World War I, but still virtually intact. Which, is it intact or is it not? I guess it's not because it's at the bottom of the ocean, but the article is over at phys.org. I don't know. The ship disappeared beneath the murky waters of the North Sea off northeast Scotland in 1914. And here is the ship and its reproduction.
I know. This photo is odd with that caption.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay. And we're looking at a pretty small boat if you're listening in the podcast.
The HMS Hawk. So the team found what it thinks is the HMS Hawk, which sank after being hit by a German torpedo in October of 1914 in the North Sea earlier this week. The way that they have this written makes there's -- earlier this week. They found the HMS. They think that they've found the HMS Hawk. Paul Downs, who's among the divers and filmed footage of the long-lost wreck, described it as a once-in-a-lifetime discovery given its unbelievable condition. Quote, "She's virtually intact," he told AFP. "The state of preservation is unbelievable for a wreck that's 110 years old and came to a violent end." It says Lost in Deep Waters, a group which searches for World War I shipwrecks in Scottish waters, spearheaded the years-long effort to find the warship. Oh, wow. Jeez. Most of the ship passed away in the battle. The warship, an Edgar-class cruiser, first launched in 1891 and was 387 feet long and 60 feet wide, and it caught fire and exploded, then disappeared. In less than 8 minutes, only 70 people survived.
Wow. Seems like we've been seeing a lot of ship discoveries lately, I guess just because of improved technology.
Yeah, I would probably say that's the key ingredient. You know, certain sonar now penetrating deeper, going through the silt easier and higher resolution. I don't know if they're going to talk about the technology involved in this, but they said, I would imagine that she'll become a controlled wreck. So she'll be classed as a war grave. And so at some point in the future, you may be able to dive, just not touch anything, which I think is great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something where you can learn something about history. It's a point of interest for divers.
Yeah, so to turn that into a diveable wreck without you getting in trouble is they're going to send teams down to make sure that there's no human remains. And then you'll be able to dive the wreck probably only on the outside, but because wreck dives can be dangerous and This one is actually has military application, so they may just say just hands off. So once the evidence to support the find is received, it'll enable our historians to formally identify the wreck. And then it's an archaeological site, but at 300 feet, I think it said, right? 387.
That's going to be tough to dive that, right?
It's 360 feet down, which is basically more than double a deep dive with a single tank and just straight oxygen. Not straight oxygen, just compressed air. You can use exotic gases and go further down, but that is not going to be a dive where people can just do a casual recreational dive. You have to become certified to use like nitrox or something, exotic gases to go down and spend some time down there. And it'll be cold, so you'll probably want a dry suit. And again, at 360 feet down, you're not even going to be down there. I mean, you're just not going to be allowed down there. It's too deep, and you'd spend a month on decompression stops. And yeah, if anything, this is all going to be like just underwater drones flying around down there and checking things out.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully nobody decides that we need submersible tourism or something to it.
Yeah, well, I'd rather take that than dive the Titanic. That's just dumb. All right, folks. Well, that's it. So we're going to do a couple of decompression stops on our way back to ohmTown's front page. Go over there, become a citizen. And in the meantime, be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and download the podcast and leave a 5-star review, and I'll quote whatever the review is. And sometime in the near future, I'm going to fix this problem where there's like a spatial anomaly that I lose my hand.
Oh no, your hand is missing.
But it comes back. We're going to fix that. We don't know what it is, but it's a time machine thing, I think. Okay. I'm Mayor Watt. That's the Sentient AI's visualizer and their voice.
Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode of this tomorrow, but stay tuned. We have some more shows coming up.
Cheerio. Yeah, we have 3 more shows. The next one, what are we going to do next? WarCrafters. Yep, see you in a little bit. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 17th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 230. I am Mayor Watt, and next to me, and the voice you hear, is the Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Today we're going to be talking about, we're starting out with a banger. Whooping Cough, Nightmare Before Christmas Light Trail, the Altar Stone of Stonehenge, a big problem for small games, Flutter Fire, Sign Me Up, California to Arizona for estates, Why Do Plants Wiggle? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Chicken product recall, Niger Delta biohazards, they're radioactively hot, and pictures of your cat for science. And boy, did I have to change what I was going to write for the title. Let's make sure that the Sentient AI from the future is not muted this time for the first 18 minutes of the show like yesterday. Boy, oh boy.
I mean, it would be good if if I wasn't muted.
Oh, wait. Sorry about that. No, just kidding. Now you're muted.
Wait a second here.
Just kidding. All right. You want to get into this?
Let's do it.
Oh, so we've got 3 shows today. Right after this one is going to be Reality Hacker, which is about AR, VR, deep fakes, AI, things like that. And then we're going to do Wanted, and then, which is all about gadgets and gear. And then after that is the continuity report. And then we'll reevaluate for tomorrow's shows. Although we're going to do non-sequitur news for sure. Anyway, the first article for today is in the non-sequitur news channel over at ohmTown.com. Oh. Before we go too far, if you hit !NSN in the chat, it will pull up all of the show notes for the VOD over on Twitch, but not on the YouTubes, because the bot is not connected to YouTubes just yet. I still have to do it. I'm just lazy, I guess. I don't know. But the joy of that is that you get all of the actually hard-coded URLs in the show notes after the show. So, yeah, we'll do that. Anyway, whooping cough cases 3 times higher than last year and return to pre-pandemic levels. So whooping cough infections are returning to pre-pandemic levels with more than 10,800 cases recorded so far this year, more than 3 times as many as last year. And you know why that is? It's because kids are bringing it all around to everybody.
Well, and everybody was kind of sequestered away from everybody.
Yeah, stay the hell away from me. I mean, anyway, Mary Katos and Yuri Benajod is the authors of are the authors of this article over at abcnews.go.com. It's a pretty virus, right? Is it a bacteria or is it a virus?
I'm not sure.
What do they call it? What is it?
Let me see if I can find.
It's gotta be a virus. It's gotta be a virus. They just call it a... Whooping cough is a very contagious respiratory illness caused by a type of bacteria called Bordetella pertussis. It's a type of cheese, apparently. No, Bordetella. No?
Well, it kind of sounds like a cheese. Yeah. No.
Bordetella pertussis. So, Dr. Lori Handy, an attending physician at the Division of Infectious Diseases at Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, said the uptick... Did I pronounce that wrong? Wouldn't a doctor want to be at a place called Philadelphia?
Absolutely.
Where a lot of pharmaceuticals are handed out?
Yeah, actually a pharmaceutical company would like that even better.
There's another NaNoWriMo story for you, the foundational thing. Basically, everything is named after some type of pharmaceutical, the city. So like Philadelphia, right? And instead of Los Angeles, it's lozenges.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. And the whole world is called General Hospital. Yes, I know that there's a show called You know what? It's just a couple of words. Nobody's going to trademark that after you, come after you, or copyright after you. No, it's fine. It's fine. DMCA, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, honestly, I think it was a little surprising that it took this long, recognizing that we lifted many of the measures close to 2 years ago, she said to ABC News. Quote, I think many folks remember the increase in RSV cases that we saw back in 2022, so this lagged behind some other respiratory infections, but definitely now has resurfaced and looks very typical to 2019. Yeah. Except people haven't had 4 years worth of resistances building up, and so this might come out of left field and kind of wreck the buffet, so to speak.
Yeah, this may not be good. I think it's particularly a problem for vulnerable populations like young and elderly and immunocompromised. I don't know how much of an issue it is for people that are adult and healthy.
Yeah, I think that they probably just kind of, kill it off anyway. It says these bacteria attach to the cilia The tiny hair-like structures found on the surface of some cells of the upper respiratory system that help clear mucus and other debris. I know it's debris. Don't send me an email. In the airway and release toxins, and the toxins damage the cilia and cause upper airways to swell, according to the CDC. So you get a cough, and it's constant, apparently. And yeah, I completely forgot that it's a bacteria. I just didn't remember it. So,
well, it's been a long time since it's been in the news.
It's been a long time. Been a long time. Been a long. So early symptoms often resemble a common cold, runny nose, cough, and low-grade fever, and typically last for 1 to 2 weeks. Symptoms, however, can progress to rapid, violent coughing fits that can last up to 12 weeks. Coughing fit?
That's a long coughing fit. Hopefully there's some breaks in there.
If it wasn't for the fact that you are a sentient AI from the future, I would be calling you something else right now. You what, son of a source code? Is that what I could probably say that? You son of a source code. Anyway, it can be treated with antibiotics, and receiving treatment early can reduce the severity of the infection. Most whooping cough, whooping cough symptoms can be managed at home, according to the CDC. Although anyone can contract pertussis, infants under age 1, pregnant women, and immunocompromised people are at highest risk for severe illness. Yeah, it's been around. There's been a vaccine for whooping cough introduced in the 1940s, and the number of cases each year has since dropped dramatically, decreasing more than 90% compared to the pre-vaccine era. But, you know, there's more for this article, but we're going to move on. Executive decision. I'd like to break these up again. I'd love to be able to just break these up automatically, but there's no easy way to just snap all of these into their individual segments. And I don't like editing. I like everything being transparent. So anyway, Nightmare Before... Oh, the next article is over in the Continuity Report, which is one of our shows. It's later on today. Nightmare Before Christmas Light Trail to make debut at New York Botanical Garden. Film news in
That sounds
brief.
cool.
That's the segment, I guess, that this is aggregated from. It's over at Variety, but the New York Botanical Garden is set to debut the Nightmare Before Christmas themed light trail inspired by Tim Burton's 1993 film on September 27th. The experience will run through November 30th, with operating hours from dusk until 10 p.m. The trail features over 8,300 square feet of light installations created by technology, including ... You know what that means? You have to visit the source. That'll take you over to Variety. The article is by Jazz Tanky, I think. Diego Ramos, Bacara, Jack Dunn, and Selena Kuznikov. There we go. That's pretty cool. They gotta look at them.
I mean, if this is like what it's going to be like, that's going to be pretty neat.
That looks pretty cool. So the trail has 8,300 square feet of light installations created by technology, including Interactive. Go back and edit
It
that,
is
folks.
Interactive, so you can do some spelling corrections as you go.
Yeah, Interactive. Video projection, intelligent LED, which, what does that mean? Intelligent LED lighting. And you know what? I guess all of this behind me and around me is unintelligent LED lighting and 3D printed sculptures of film's characters. So the trail is created by Adventure Live and Let's Go, and presented by a special arrangement with Buena Vista Theatrical. Hey, pretty cool. Is that a different article? Yeah, that's a different article.
Yeah, Variety, I think, tends to have those just follow-ons.
Scroll. There's more over at this article, including a link. So if you want to show Variety some, I don't know, attention, go over there, click their links. All right. Moving on. Next article's over in the Marvel Channel. The altar stone from Stonehenge came from an unexpectedly distant place, according to a new study. I know something about this that I don't know if it's going to be in the article, but let's read it all together. Not the whole thing. And I won't quote the whole thing. Okay. I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. You know that those people that like sprayed whatever it was on it, it actually, like,
Yes.
they can't get all of that off, apparently. So during the solstices, solstice? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's canon now in ohmTown. Thousands gather at Stonehenge on the Salisbury Plain in England as opposed to in Ohio, to celebrate the monument's astronomical alignment. The focal point of these festivities is the altar stone, the 6-ton sandstone slab that lies flat at the center of Stonehenge. And it's not just flat; it's actually on this, like, it's subterranean. Only the top of it is sitting. The very the very top edge is sitting proud of the center, and there's 2 stones sitting on top of it that seemingly have fallen over. But there was some, I mean, there is an altar stone in the middle that is just barely proud of the surface. So hopefully they show that. No, they don't. So Anthony Clark, Chris Kirkland, and I think Stin Glory from The Conversation put this article together. Now, I don't believe that or that is the altar stone, or that right there. There's one underneath them.
Okay. I kind of wish there was a top-down photo of this.
There might be later on in the article. No, there's not. Anyway, sorry for the massive scroll, but I had to do it to... So it says it lies flat at the center of Stonehenge, the ancient society that built this monument from 3100 to 1600 BCE left no written record, but Stonehenge's building blocks themselves can help us understand it better. And these blocks, or megaliths, are divided into 2 major categories: sarsen stones and bluestones. The altar stone is the largest bluestone. Some bluestones were likely quarried from the, Myned Preseli in Wales, over 220 kilometers away from Stonehenge. And they carried them somehow, dragged them. Massive stones. I don't know if they talk about the weight of these stones, but yeah, they're megalithic. So where is the altar stone from? How was it transported to southern England? And to answer this, they analyzed the altar stone's constituent mineral grains. I don't know who the we is in this. I don't know if it's these people, but...
I think so. That looks like that's the researchers. Well, yeah. We'll find out at the end. There will probably be a research citation.
Okay, because I didn't pay attention to the person, but as the story goes, because I actually saw this, I watched this, the person who discovered that the origin of the altar stone was not where people thought it came from, has a picture of him as a child, like 4 years old or something like that, sitting on his dad's shoulders being introduced to Stonehenge.
Okay, that's interesting.
And became so fascinated with it that now he's a researcher that discovered...
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, and it might be... They make the claim that it might be upsetting to find out where it's actually sourced from. So the altar stone remained enigmatic. Recent work has raised doubts about the long-held belief that it too came from Wales. It does not. It came from Scotland. So the idea behind this is that it is now expanding the reach of Stonehenge, and that it wasn't just a local community affair, but a broad spectrum of people with the same ideal.
Right. I mean, this is more of an effort the farther you get away from Stonehenge.
Yep. So
particularly as it was in modern times.
Yeah, in their study, they dated mineral grains called zircon, rutile, and apatite in the altar stone. As no sampling of the altar stone is permitted today, they used thin slices of the stone collected during historical archaeological digs. Like a DNA test can tell us about our ancestors, grains from the altar stone have specific ages and chemical characteristics that allow us to pinpoint where rock is sourced from. They do this with metals. They do this with diamonds. They do this with precious anything of value, really, historical or otherwise, and not. There is some research that's being done even on plant DNA so that you can actually keep the historical record of plants. So provenance is maintained. So if you have a plant that is this, you could be the only one that has that plant because you're the only one that has made that genetic strain. That actually translates into business, by the way, because you can get patents, biology patents. So like corn and stuff like that is genetically GMO'd corn. If you don't license the GMO'd corn and you plant it in your farm, they can raise your farm, the patent holders.
Right. Well, this is interesting too, because based on where Stonehenge is located, Wales is much closer, but then also this region of Scotland looks like it would be about the farthest you could get from Stonehenge without leaving the broader island.
The
it's interesting. I
basin.
didn't pinpoint the basin, but just northeast Scotland in general.
Right. Yeah, so that provided the closest match to the sedimentary rocks of the altar stone. So the Scottish heart of Stonehenge. Today, that's the section that they titled this. So today, northeast Scotland and Orkney Islands are sparsely populated, but this was different in the past. Archaeological sites as Skara Brae, Maeshowe, I think it's pronounced that way, but don't hold me to that, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, and the Ring of Brodgar, the Ring of Brodgar, atop a ritual landscape on Orkney suggests that northeast Scotland was a center of Neolithic population, culture, and trade.
Wait a second. If this was actually from the Orkney Islands specifically, that's a whole other puzzler.
Yeah. How did you get that damn thing across?
Right, because I was thinking mainland Scotland in that region. But anyway, I don't know that we say exactly in this article.
Yep. So a quarried stone tools trade network is found throughout Britain, Ireland, and continental Europe. For example, a saddle corn. A large prehistoric stone grinding tool was discovered in Dorset and determined to be from Normandy, France. So they went from place to place.
Same idea, right? I mean, it had to be via ship.
Yep. So I find it really fascinating. It says, but Neolithic Britons were adept seafarers. They had to be, as prehistoric Britain was heavily forested and formidable mountains, valleys, and estuaries would have posed major barriers for southward cargo haulage. So given these obstacles, overland transport would have proved all but impossible to move the altar stone from Scotland to Salisbury Plain. They think that it's likely the builders of Stonehenge shipped the altar stone by boat. But they don't list how much this cost. Or how much it weighed.
One of that weight?
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I want to find out how much that weighs.
Oh, it's 6 tons. It says right here.
Where? In here?
Yeah, near the bottom of the screen. Right there.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. The unanswerable question is, why did people pick that altar stone? Why transport a drab greenish-gray 6-ton sandstone block over 650 kilometers from Scotland? So it's over 6 tons. Yeah. Calculate how many people would be needed to move that thing from where it's sourced onto a ship.
Right, possibly across water, right?
And then drag it ashore from where? Onto shore,
and then
right?
Hundreds of miles, it appears, because when they would get to shore,
yep,
like it's nowhere near Stonehenge unless they would traverse around what's current day UK.
Yeah, and so I'm looking at a map. It is It is in between Portsmouth and Bristol. Okay? Right in the middle, Stonehenge. If you were to draw a line between Bristol and Portsmouth,
it's not even near the water.
Correct.
And the Orkney Islands are at the very top of Scotland.
Correct. So how the hell? Which beach?
That's why I was really puzzled. I mean, when it said Scotland, I was puzzled, but then when I started looking at the map, I was more puzzled.
Which beach did they land on and then drag a 6-ton sandstone block from to there? I love this. You know what I say? Aliens. Moving on. Can't argue with me. We've moved on. So the next article is over in Reality Hacker. Steam has one big problem with its smallest games, and like everything, it's discoverability, I'm sure. With so many games releasing every day across all storefronts, discoverability has become such an issue that even great games are slipping through the cracks. But that's what happens. Okay, competition causes the greatest ones or the most enabled ones to reach the forefront, you know? I think this show is absolutely spectacular. Yeah. I think that the show is absolutely terrific. But without viewers going out and ramping up the show, saying how great it is, then the show doesn't necessarily grow. I just watched a video of another YouTuber that is basically calling it partially quits. They've got to make ends meet. I think that they're massive compared to me, and well, the Sentient AI as well, and they're backing off. So really, it's all about discoverability. So how do you get discovered? Well, you become a dumpster fire, right? Or you idle.
Right, because the most popular or most downloaded or whatever seems to be always the stuff that's featured or prominent, and so it just perpetuates it.
Right. And if you do something spectacular and you're able to maintain it, then that's one thing. But for instance, this Haktua girl that came out of nowhere, right? The absolutely absurdity of it, but then tried to leverage it. Now, I don't know whatever happened to this person, but they were like,
"Oh, I do."
Some people flamed
in the news in the last 24 hours.
Oh, really? Some people flame out, other people leverage it and win, but not everybody does. But that's all about discoverability. And for whatever reason, people really love a dumpster fire. So small games without much vocal support from the community, they're gonna idle, or they're gonna just slow grow. So do like No Man's Sky and say spectacular things, completely wet the bed, and then grind away for 10 years to make up for the mistake of basically pitching something that you couldn't actually hit. Anyway, so are you able to say where that person ended up?
I'll just say they were selected to throw out a pitch at a baseball game, and the fans were beyond mad at that because, number one, there was some sort of kids focus on that particular game, and they're kind of like, what are you doing here? This is the worst
person to have.
Yeah. And plus there was a charity organization that was being supported that was not related to kids, but it just...
Well, you read the room.
People didn't appreciate the association with, I think, any of it.
So the flip side of that is that she made a video basically saying some people would leverage their fame for doing selfish things, but she went to a pet store, bought a bunch of stuff for pets, and donated it to a shelter. So
right,
why not
I
pivot
think
that?
There's something to using your fame for good, but anyway, I don't think people are real appreciative of why she was there. Yes.
Yeah, why not get, a firefighter to throw the first pitch out? They do more good for society in a general day than, a flame out of...
Family friendly.
Exactly. I'll be family friendly. Anyway, so this article is over in Digital Trends. Steam has one big problem with its smallest games. Jesse Lennox is the author of the article. And they basically make that point that it's about discoverability. Perhaps the greatest advancement in game development in recent years is the ease of access for the average person to start making a game. This has lowered the barrier of entry, where creators of almost any skill level can get their games on a major platform. However, the platforms themselves have not adapted. No, that's not true. It's up to society to reach into that platform and facilitate what society deems is worthy. And in many places, like on Steam, adding something to your wish list, that moves the person up the rankings. Liking and subscribing, so liking, leaving a comment, and allowing us to send you alerts when we go live or post a video, that's what moves our needle. On Twitch, following us leads to becoming an affiliate, then a partner, and then other long-term options. But there's always something that's there. Somebody might have a different opinion about what it is, but right now, that is what it is. And then the developers of these platforms evolve, and they will. So it's reached the point where the most prominent digital storefronts, PlayStation, Xbox, Steam, are so saturated with new games on a daily basis that even great games can be buried and lost forever. But great games is a subjective term.
Yeah, but I think the point is something that everybody might like to play, but nobody even knows about it to play it to begin with. And so then it just gets no traction, etc. I mean, it's the same problem you're describing with streaming and other arenas.
Yeah, I think this is a great show and we have 6 other great podcasts on top of this, the daily one. But it's up to viewers to sit there and promote it. So if there's something that I need to do for you to promote it, then let me know. So, excluding AAA games with massive PR and marketing budgets, every other game looking to get a shred of attention at launch is playing a rigged game of roulette with its success. We've hit a critical mass with the number of games coming out where the cream no longer rises to the top based on quality alone. That is not true. Quality is subjective. If enough people say that this game is the shiznit, it will be. It rises to the top.
True, but they have to find it to begin with.
Again, we go back to word of mouth. It's the hype train.
It is, but platforms, I think, could work on discoverability as well.
But how much bandwidth does a person have to scale discoverability? I think that the live stream on Twitch is probably, for me, not Twitch, on YouTube is probably the worst discoverability platform. But it's all because, again, there's something about having one person that is very engaged, very committed, out there pumping the show up. It isn't the person that starts the movement, it's the first follower, right? So how to start a movement is an old TED talk that I talk about with people. What somebody needs is somebody that's connected to say, and with another platform, right? So, and I'm only using this because they're actually a firebrand right now, which Mr. Beast is in deep trouble with a whole, segment of society, and others are as well, but they actually have a platform, and all they have to do is point at somebody and boom.
And then there's suddenly explosive growth because it got out to a lot of people, and plus there's that endorsement factor.
Yep, and that's the discoverability. But platforms alone, it isn't incumbent on the platform alone to promote everybody equally, because it's impossible. There is
and then we're back to the Steam problem discussed in this article too, because there's so many games. I mean, you don't want there to be a lot of barriers to entry, but if there are no barriers to entry, then everybody's competing against each other.
And that's it. They have to, like, there is a person, Co Carnage here on Twitch, over on Twitch, because I stream to both YouTube and Twitch. Co Carnage says if you're streaming to nobody, then you need to do something offline and promote your show somehow. And well, to that I say, well, you started as the Grand High Poobah of a guild. He was the guild master of a huge guild, and everybody followed him because he was an early adopter of the platform. So not all things have the same context. When all you need is to just turn on a camera and start talking, yeah, there is zero friction for streaming. There's more friction for making a game. Putting it on a platform means that you now have to start spending money on marketing, time on marketing, do some guerrilla marketing, get contacts offline, not on Steam, network with people and show them the game. Give the game to people and get it distributed so that people try it out. Streamers, YouTubers, get the game out. Discoverability is on you because the platform is nothing more than a vehicle to get it out to the people, not to promote it, not until it actually becomes something of value that they can put on their front page. And that's where the wish list comes in. You'll end up on the front page if you are a massive mover on the wish list. You'll end up on the front page if you go live with it and people start paying $20 for it, $30, $40, $50, $60, $70. That's how it works. That's the discoverability alone. There is nothing else that Steam or any other platform can do because there's only a finite amount of time to promote. Because if you promote everybody, it's just a giant shade of gray. Nobody really sees it. It's the Ouroboros, the snake eating
itself. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get what they're going after. It says it's the primary means of exposure to the masses who don't follow major gaming news cutoff. This re-release of an established critical commercial hit has sold like dog poo, according to the creator Jonathan Blow. They're referring to Braid. This actually became a discussion in some podcasts that I listened to. But again, it isn't up to Steam. Blow did remark that Steam was its biggest platform. Even then, the game's player count peaked at a mere 570. Well, maybe it's an old game, re-released. People aren't interested.
There was less competition when it first came out. There were only 242 releases on Steam that year when it was first released. Now there's more than 10,000 and the year's not over.
Yeah, so now you got to up your game. It doesn't matter if it is quote unquote a good game because good is subjective. All right. Well, there is a lot more in this article because they talk about other things. You know, platforms are mostly quiet about how discoverability works. The algorithm seems to change frequently. Peoples, which is Josiah Peoples. That's how they explain it. For instance, do I need 7,000 or 10,000 wish lists to be promoted on Steam? Both Gittins and Peoples have suggested indie developers seek outside resources to better understand how to play the system, citing How to Market Your Game by Chris Zukowski, and online resources like How to Market a Game. All right, but again, why should the platform say, hey, you need 7,000? No, you do your damnedest to get discovered across the entire platform, everywhere, not just hit this target number and you get promoted. Why? Because once somebody knows what the target is, that's all they have to aspire to. Particularly on Steam, where there's all this competition and all it takes is somebody to spend a whole lot of money in marketing and they can get that 7,000 wish list. Then they're promoted. Oh, I did it. Put out a big loan or whatever. If they hit the 7,000 and they don't end up on Steam, then there's this liability issue. Well, I hit the 7,000. They told me all I had to do was hit 7,000. Right? I got more people than necessary on YouTube for me to be at a certain level. But there is a moving target of watched hours that, who knows, the accounting there, I don't know anything about, right? So theoretically I'm hitting that, but apparently not. Am I frustrated by it? Well, I mean, I'm a small streamer. I'm a small YouTuber. Got to get word out. That's what it's all about. So they say at the very end of this, for every Balatro that manages to find a vocal audience to give it a strong signal boost, hundreds, I'd say thousands, are not so lucky. So there's no equal terms because the quality of every game is different. The users appreciate a certain thing, and it may not be everybody clamoring for.
Yeah, but the quality isn't what's causing visibility. It might be after multiple people are using it, but not initially. It's more money thrown at it, more name brand studios, other things.
I think it's more akin to there's only a finite amount of bandwidth. And for instance, that's why I created ohmTown, because information overload prevents me from obtaining the information I actually need or desire. So I've had to pick my battle and limit my bandwidth to 50 domains. There are things out there that aren't on my radar anymore because I don't have the capacity to be everywhere. And that's the same thing with games. I really only pay attention to survival crafting games. Casual games and VR games. All the rest, there's a bunch of card games, blah, blah, blah. I don't play games that are side scrollers or platformers or just countless others. 4X games, I don't play those. You pick your battle. All right, we need to keep moving. The next article, though, is over in Non Sequitur News. Americans are so desperate for cheaper houses that they're willing to live in flood and wildfire zones. Last year, more people moved into than out of the most fire and flood-prone area. It's hard to say flood-prone areas in the U.S. A surge in migration to the Sun Belt has helped exacerbate this trend. While transplants are attracted by cheaper real estate, they may face higher costs in the long term or not be able to get insurance.
Right, which could be kind of a problem if you're trying to purchase.
Yep.
Or
Eliza
refinance Roman. Or anything.
Or anything, yeah. And it can happen after you purchase because the risk is too high, so the insurance companies bow out. That's what happened in California and in Florida recently. Maybe other places, Arizona maybe. Eliza Roman put the article together over at businessinsider.com, and they have this flood waters inundate a neighborhood in Hallandale Beach, Florida. There was some community that is like up in arms because their community flooded and they want to know why. And I was kind of flabbergasted by that. I'm like, well, nature, and you're in a flood. I didn't see that one.
Yeah. But bigger climate change.
Hey, but don't just ignore that,
But, make sure you're polluting into the environment and buying all kinds of plastic and everything. Yeah, and then ignoring about the floods.
And don't promote, green living in any way. Well, I live in Florida. Isn't that good enough? No. So U.S. counties have the highest risk of wildfire. Saw 63,365 more people move in than out in 2023, Redfin found. So people are moving into these high-risk wildfire zones.
I mean, that's interesting because I suspect when people see things on the news, they're like, I'm going anywhere but that state, but apparently not.
Apparently not.
Let me move there.
Counties with a high risk of flooding gained 16,144 new residents last year, driven largely by population increases in
Florida.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there could be other reasons why that's taking place, but this trend isn't new. In a 2021 report, Redfin found that the 50 countries most at risk for extreme heat saw their populations expand by almost 5% between 2016 and 2020, and that shift was accelerated by pandemic-era patterns of people fleeing big cities as Business Insider reported last year, but that doesn't make any sense because we didn't have a pandemic until after the reporting area. Unless they're talking about all of 2020.
Yeah, like did the numbers completely expand? So then they should have said like 2019 to 2020 or something if the big shift was during that time.
Yeah, this I don't know what the context of this is, but the only thing that took place in 2020 was people being shocked by the shutdown. People weren't like, hey, I'm going to move. There's no way in hell people were deciding to move based on the pandemic.
There were a lot of people moving out of cities, particularly in the U.S. I don't know. I can't speak for other countries. There were mass migrations out of big cities.
In 2019. I mean, 2020.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have to look because
I'm thinking of one city in particular that was reported, like New York City, because that was one of the initial kind of, not New York City, but the state was kind of one of the epicenters in the U.S.
Right.
Of the original, not the original, but where the pandemic first arrived. It wasn't the first place, but it's where it was very prevalent.
And the people who were doing that decided to move when?
I mean, it was shutdown. Initially, so right. It was, I'd say 2020.
So within 1 year, people relocated, had the means during a pandemic shutdown, and was able to find locations. I'd be shocked if that's the true. I mean,
the news reported that. I don't know.
Yeah. So there has to be more to that. So the number of people who moved into the most flood and fire-prone counties in the U.S. more than doubled in 2021 and 2022, which I believe it would be legit because the numbers would be lower in those areas. The value of the properties would be lower so that they could afford moving from a high expense place to a low expense place. And it might be a lower population density because they saw the impact. 2021 and 2022 moves, yeah, I could buy into it being pandemic. But 2020, how did enough people scrounge up enough resources to relocate during a pandemic where there aren't people moving? Rates started increasing already. Yeah. So the lower cost of living in the short term, but higher risks long term. They talk about basically the cost, the surge of people who moved from more expensive coastal cities to lower cost locales, particularly in the Sunbelt, farther from large metros and closer to natural amenities. These locations are often more vulnerable to natural disasters. Yeah, there's a lot of context that's missing, I think. So, but migration into flood and fire-prone areas appears to be slowing somewhat. The number of people who moved to the most flood-prone counties in the United States has fallen significantly since 2022. I don't know. Why would anybody do that other than
lower
ignorance
cost
of the long-term costs?
I mean, it has to be cost-related. Or, like you said, population density. People didn't want to be packed in with other people during the pandemic.
Right. Yeah, so they basically, it says most Americans don't want to move into riskier areas. The vast majority of house hunters, 57%, say living in an area where homes are at risk of a natural or climate disaster such as fire, flood, poor air quality is a must-have, so that they're at low risk.
Don't you think they're missing a demographic component to this?
Well, yeah. They actually jump into that right after you said that. The next paragraph is talking about...
I didn't realize that was coming.
Yeah. In many cities, lower income and predominantly black neighborhoods are in areas with less tree cover, higher temperatures, and a greater risk of flooding. Black residents of southeastern states are more likely to live in places impacted by excessive heat, flooding, and hurricanes, an analysis from McKinsey found in 2023. But I'm sure it has nothing to do with socioeconomic status or race, right?
I was actually thinking more generally income, because if you have enough resources, you're not going to put yourself knowingly at risk.
Right,
But if you don't have enough income, you're going to have to live where you can afford to live.
but historically, Black Americans have never fully recovered.
I mean, I was
from the
thinking about
history
income when I
of the
made that
United
statement.
States. Yeah.
Right. And there were real estate restrictions, etc., that all set in motion a lot of things that are still visible today.
And everything old is trying to be made new again, kind of scumbaggery. But so a Brookings Institution report last year recommended several ways that policymakers can encourage Americans to seek climate safety. But you know what? What are you going to, the only way that you can stop flooding is by building higher. The only way that you can stop fire is by making sure that wherever you build, things can't catch fire. And building code is set up so that it mitigates it. One of the biggest things that could have been done to mitigate fire in residential areas was to build rock surrounds around the perimeter of your house and pull bushes away from direct contact. Like 3 feet away, mitigated your house catching on fire. And it was actually demonstrated in Hawaii and other places where buildings burned down, but the ones that have this rock perimeter did not. And obviously they talk about zoning and other land use and blah, 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 but there are planners that sit there and go, well, we've built a floodplain so that it pulls all of the water away from the residential areas, but we need that land now, so let's start building there. And then they sell the houses, and in the documents is this little statement that says it's a floodplain, but not really the level of it. Like, this happens every 5 years. You're going to have 3 feet of water in your basement, you know? They don't say that.
Right.
They say it happens every 100 years. But then in climate change, that removes the context of history. It's every 5 years. So, yeah. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Step inside the richest city in Arizona, where wealthy Californians are flocking to private mountainside estates. I love this. I'm just going to move right on over. Yep. Joey Haddon over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. And Business Insider's reporter went to Paradise Valley, the wealthiest town in Arizona. It looks kind of, I don't know. Where are they getting all of the water from?
On the surface look like the wealthiest town.
It does not, does it? So they visited Paradise Valley in April and found sprawling mountainside estates with privacy and easy access to Phoenix. It's easy to see why billionaires want to live there. Because they really want to go to Phoenix?
Because it's really high temperatures?
Yeah, because it's just desert? All right. Well, shopping at high-end stores nearby or lounging poolside on their sprawling, secluded estates, they may spend their days in the desert paradise golfing at exclusive members-only clubs as well. Sometimes called the Beverly Hills of Arizona, the Phoenix suburb is the richest town in the state and has long-drawn high-profile residents, and over the past decade, Paradise Valley has become even more popular for wealthy Californians who are swapping out the West Coast life for large lots and lower taxes in the Arizona Wealth Enclave, which, swapping out the West Coast life? Arizona isn't like an inner state. It is.
Well, it's not on the ocean.
Yeah, but it's not a fringe state, you know? They make it sound like it's South Dakota.
I mean, it is right next to California, but...
Right. Anyway, so there it is, Paradise Valley, ensconced in the wondrous state or
Phoenix greater metro area. I don't know.
Scottsdale.
Although it's actually right next to Scottsdale, which I thought was also a wealthy area.
Well, you can go to the Sonoran Preserve Desert Vista Trailhead or to Troon North Golf Club or hang out at Fort McDowell. So to me, it just looks like scrub brush, and the real problem here is that a golf course that shouldn't exist there is actually made manifest by siphoning water off from some other region and putting it here, forcing it into existence. But all of that would be burned off if left to nature. Since its inception, some resorts, schools, and restaurants have popped up around Paradise Valley, but single-family homes and estates still dominate the town. Of the 14,000 residents, 95% are homeowners, and the average local makes $220,000 a year. According to Realtor, the median listing price is $5 million, and the most expensive home on the market is $50 million. Stevie Nicks, Michael Phelps, Muhammad Ali live there. I guess if anybody actually shows up that isn't part of that tier, I guess there goes the neighborhood, right?
Well, it's probably noticed if a regular average income person appears.
Yeah, really. So, although it's a short drive to the city, Paradise Valley is not walkable. The lot sizes are huge. Paradise Valley's lot sizes typically range between 1 and 27 acres, according to Shackleton on a YouTube video. Some people are coming from big cities where they're used to having two-story houses and small yards, and here we have the ability to have single-level homes. If you go single-level or ranch, as most people call it, then that means a little bit more land and a higher price point. So the town is full of custom homes that are individually gated.
I mean, the one in the picture looks like a compound.
Yeah, there's that one there, and then that one right there. See, the thing is, I wouldn't want to be right there because you have an entire mountain that's abutting you, and rocks tend to fall.
Flooding and rock falls.
Yeah, primarily the rock falls. Whatever, you know.
Mudslides.
Ugh, mud flows. Let's move on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Why do plants wiggle? Scientists solve age-old mystery that puzzled Charles Darwin. When I read this, I thought I instantly knew it, so I'm going to take a stab at it because I haven't read the article. The reason why plants wiggle is because they're trying to optimize their angle of attack on the sun.
That's what I would suspect. I haven't read the article yet.
So, a study revealed that sunflowers' erratic movements help them locate sunlight, providing insights into plant behavior and potential agricultural benefits. In a new study, physicists from the United States and Israel may have gotten to the bottom of a quirky behavior of growing plants, and a mystery that intrigued Charles Darwin himself during the later decades. How could this have been a puzzle this long?
Yeah, I don't know. It's also surprising that this was something that Darwin might have studied because it doesn't really fit with some of his other work,
observations,
location, right? Exactly.
The level of critical thinking required for this, I didn't think would idle this long for us to understand that it's centering on where the sun is. I mean, you see plants wake up every day doing that, right?
Right. Yeah, I feel like there's more to that.
So University of Colorado at Boulder put the article together. It's posted at scitechdaily.com. So in a new study, physicists from the United States and Israel have gotten to the bottom. For many humans, plants might seem stationary and even a little dull, but green things actually move a lot. If you watch a time-lapse video of a sunflower seedling poking up from the soil, for example, it doesn't just shoot straight up. Instead, as the sunflower grows, its crown spins in circles and twists into corkscrews and in general wiggles around, albeit very slowly.
Yeah, like if you had a sped up time-lapse video, I bet it would look like it was.
Yep. So anybody who ever grows plants themselves knows that their plant will grow towards the light, and you have to turn your plant around so that it doesn't continuously grow in a particular angle. So, like, I grow microgreens. I haven't in a long time now. I really do need to kick that back into gear, but I can actually move the lighting around and I can watch the plants grow towards it. And when you do blackout, where your plants are